Game of Microphones is happy to announce our collaboration with CMG Podcasts. Check them out at clovercrestmedia.com.
Do you know what she did to me? She strapped me down on the bed, she stripped me naked.
Sounds all right so far.
And put leeches on me.
Was she naked too? She needed your blood.
Yes, thank you, I know that.
Could have been worse.
She wanted to kill me. But they would have killed me if it wasn't for Davos.
They didn't, did they? So what you whinging about?
I'm not whinging.
Your lips are moving and you're complaining about something. That's whinging. This one's been killed 6 times. You don't hear him bitching about it.
We are the sword in the darkness. We are the shield that guards the realms of men. We are Game of Microphones.
7 blessings, fallen dragons, and red priests, and welcome to Game of Microphones. I'm Lord Sterling, Sir Duncan, 2nd place Winter Olympics Ice Javelin Champion. I only killed an Oryx, though.
Oh my god. And I'm Lady Rachel of House Fox, the Impatient.
Joining us today is Ser Patrick of Hindsight. Welcome back to Game of Microphones, Ser Patrick.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
Yay!
I hear you've accrued some titles since you've last been with us.
That's right. I am also known as the gazer of the Mirish rear view, wiper of raven poop, nibbler of Macumber's eye crust, wearer of the tinfoil bucket, and son of the harpist.
Nice. That's pretty cool. Who's the harpist? Your mom, your dad?
It's a play on the meaning of my last name.
Oh, cool.
Meaning son of a harp player.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you back. It's been too long.
It is good. It has been way too long.
Definitely. So this is episode 108.
On this episode of our series Rewatch, we're covering Game of Thrones, Season 7, Episode 6, Beyond the Wall.
And in case you're not already aware, this series Rewatch is from the perspective of someone who's current on the show. That means you've seen up through Season 7. If not, there's still time to be thrashed to bloody ribbons by the gnashing fangs of an undead bear, so you don't have to hear these spoilers.
Warning.
Spoiler alert. Oh, this episode, right?
Oh man, this episode sucks.
I know, Ser Patrick, that you have very strong feelings about this episode. It wasn't the first time you heard our podcast. After this episode came out, you wanted to find somebody that thought about it the way you did, and you listened to a ton of different podcasts until you found Game of Microphones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the first podcast I found that wasn't bitching about the episode.
Wasn't whinging?
It wasn't
whinging.
Your lips, your mouth were moving, but you weren't complaining.
So we weren't whinging.
Yeah. It was kind of like this aggravating experience where I'm like, all right, yeah, let's see what other people are saying about it. I'm like, what? Wait, people don't like it? Well, because, and then I don't know, I came to a much deeper appreciation of the episode simply via all of the complaints and me that just gave me something to think about.
Right.
Where did the Night King get those chains? And that leads to just further revelations that we can, I'm sure we can get to down the line.
Nice. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our listener, Princess Sarah of House Von Daltron, is running a half marathon today. So good luck, Princess Sarah. Hope you have a great run today. So let's jump into our top 3. Since this is a big episode for you, Patrick, why don't we start with you?
Okay. My number 1 is I don't even have a name for it. The painted table monolith, I guess.
Nice.
The hearth. Okay. So I know, Duncan, that we've talked about this series of Stanley Kubrick documentaries, that are pretty intense. And there's the one where they're talking about how, the monolith is, every time you see the monolith appear, there's that music playing.
Right.
But yeah. And when the movie opens up, it's just a black screen and you hear that music and the question's posed like, well, where's the monolith? And then the revelation that, oh shit, the screen is the monolith. Like, and yeah. So, and I feel that the directors or the cinematographers, that they were going for that sort of feeling where, when the episode, it always starts with the map showing you all the different locations, but there's never any location shown that's beyond the wall. It never shows, Fist of the First Men or Craster's Keep, and I guess those kingdoms. So maybe that's why. But most of the episode, it's called Beyond the Wall, and most of the episode takes place there, but it doesn't show you anything in the opening map. But then as soon as it cuts to the episode, it's showing you the camera just panning from on the painted table at Dragonstone, like just kind of panning from Dragonstone going towards the area where the heroes are. The
same path that Dany will be flying her dragons on.
Yeah. And, but there's sort of like, you never really see the table from this perspective anytime in the show until now. And there's like the fireplace is right in the shot, like just behind everything. And I feel like that's sort of like, because in 2001 Space Odyssey, the monolith is sort of like the god presence or whatever. And I feel like this fireplace, like I've noticed there's a lot of symbolism in this season with that fireplace. And I feel like it's sort of like, it's like representing the Lord of Light. And,
nice. Oh man, and the way that the fireplace is beyond the painted table with this opening shot, looking up the painted table at this angle, perfectly mirrors how we get those shots in 2001 A Space Odyssey of the monolith, looking up the monolith at this same angle with the sun placed right beyond the end of the monolith, like the sun is rising over the top of the monolith. Mirrors perfectly this shot with the painted table here at Dragonstone and the fireplace in the background. I'll make a side-by-side comparison of the two shots and post it on our Facebook. Amazing. That's what a good connection. That's crazy, Patrick. Go ahead, continue.
So, cut to the chase, I'm really convinced that this episode, the Beyond the Wall, quote unquote, lake battle takes place at Hardhome. And if you look at the lore of Hardhome, it was the town, it was the closest thing to being an actual town north of the wall. And 800 years before Aegon's Landing, it was destroyed by mysterious forces, just flames that shot up so high and bright that the watchers on the wall thought the sun was rising to the north.
Sounds kind of like Mance Rayder's fire.
Yeah, well, and I think that I felt like that was like ironic because he's like, we're going to show him the biggest fire the North has ever seen.
Right,
like,
not quite.
Yeah, you know your history, bro.
So, do you think this was taking place at an area of Hardhome that we just didn't see during the episode Hardhome?
Yes, and that's sort of like the double entendre of the title itself, is because when we see Hardhome in that episode, we're seeing a very small section of it. And there's actually a wall of wooden stakes that the wights break through, and you don't really see the rest of it.
So if we go in past there, like through the mountain pass there, you think that's sort of where we are at this point?
I think that there's like an ocean inlet that, the banks of Hardhome. I mean, it was like a fishing and a seal catching, however that it's called, town.
Seal hunting?
Yeah, seal hunting town. And yeah, it was a port town. And there, if you look at, like, I paid so much attention. I did so many like freeze frames and like rewatches and looking back at the other episode, and yeah, you can really see there's all of these like mountains and crags where the water, where the land kind of comes in and then goes back out, and
like on the coastline.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, I think this little ice lake or, ice inlet is kind of like a home base, because when Bran flies his ravens north of the wall, the Night King is standing right where this battle takes place.
On that rocky outcropping.
On that exact
So
rock.
maybe like he's been holed up sort of like right at Hardhome this whole time or something.
Yeah, I think, he's got green sight and he's sort of able to like look into the future.
Yeah,
and
he's just been waiting for this moment. Probably set up there preparing for it for this whole time. For who knows how long, getting these chains built or stolen. Every time he had, like, who knows? He clearly had those ice javelins ready.
Oh yeah, definitely. He had exactly 3 javelins. So speaking of Bran's ravens, like when you see that scene in the last episode, they fly to Eastwatch and then they cut and they go directly north. And if you look at the map of Westeros, directly north of Eastwatch is Hardhome.
Right.
And there's just been so much, like foreshadowing and like this whole season, Jon's like sending the wildlings to Eastwatch because Hardhome's the last place they saw them. And
right.
Yeah.
It makes sense that they're right there for sure. I love the 2001 Space Odyssey connection too. For anybody who's curious, we're talking about a documentary series by Jay Weidner called Kubrick's Odyssey, right? Is that the one we're talking about? I don't
remember the name of it.
The one where they talk about the moon landing and stuff?
Yeah, that's some like real world tinfoil that we could have another podcast on.
We probably should.
we definitely can.
Definitely. Anything else you want to add about the painted table monolith? Well,
I've always got so much to say, especially about this episode. I don't want to filibuster too much, but I found it's interesting because the painted table, you don't really see that it's painted very much in the entire series until like this season. You can see the areas that are painted blue around the edges that are underwater.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, the whole landscape looked kind of dark to me.
Do we get the painted table when Tyrion and Dany are talking to each other? I'm trying to remember this.
Yep, we do.
Okay, that's right. Got it.
And when we get to that, I've got some stuff to say about that too.
Cool.
But yeah.
Nice.
All right. So what's your number 3, Rachel?
My number 3 is being kissed by fire.
Oh.
And the two kissed by fire creatures north of the wall, which is Tormund and the Hound.
Sick. I fucking love these two guys. This combo. Yeah, this is in my top 5 or top 3. I had 2, I think.
Dick. I like it. It's so funny.
Classic.
Yes. So they're sludging through the snow, and the Hound, or not the Hound, but Tormund sees the Hound, and he goes, "You're the one that they call the dog."
Yeah.
In great Hound fashion. Fuck off.
Yeah, classic Hound.
And Tormund doesn't even like bat an eye at this because he's so used to like gruff human beings.
They told me you were mean.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved his kind of thought process here. You know, were you born mean, or do you just hate the wildlings? And the Hound's like, I don't give 2 shits.
I don't give 2 shits about wildlings. Gingers I hate.
It's the gingers I hate.
Yeah. The soulless daywalkers.
This disease is called gingivitis, and it occurs because ginger kids have no souls. What? Some people have red hair, but not light skin and freckles. These people are called daywalkers. Who? Daywalkers.
Gingers are beautiful. We're kissed by fire, just like you. And he points his finger right in his face. I was like, dude. That's so rude. And
it's true, though. They've both been kissed by fire in one way or another.
Different ways.
Sandor's whole reaction is hilarious. Don't point your fucking finger at me.
I don't like when people put their finger in my face either, though. You know what I mean? It's like,
for sure.
I don't like if somebody's pointing their finger at me from across the room. Like, let alone like their finger right in my face. Like,
I found that kind of like interesting that Tormund decided to like do that instead of just say like just like you, because the Hound would probably likely get that reference, being that he literally kissed fire when he was a little boy.
Yeah,
and so Tormund's trying to figure it out. Like, did you trip when you were a baby?
Oh, before that though, when he says, "Don't point your fucking finger at me," and starts walking away, Tormund starts smiling, and I'm like, "Oh, he definitely likes Sandor, man." He's like, "I need to get in with this guy.
Totally.
He's cool."
They're gonna be buds, I think.
Yeah, future best buds.
Yeah,
Sandor, like Tormund and Sandor, like that is just I don't know that like. You know, Sandor like pushes everybody away, but Tormund's totally the guy that's not going to be pushed away. That's going to like it more because he's being all like gruff with it.
Right. Yeah. That's like exactly what Tormund likes, you know? So they're going to just end up being best buds, and they sort of connect over Brienne, as we'll get to.
Oh my God.
I've watched this episode so more times than any other episode. And I've watched it like twice in the same day. And like, this scene always gets me every single time. It never fails. It's kind of amazing that way.
It's so good.
It's been quite a long time that we've had kind of a comical dialogue. The past several episodes have been super intense and very story driven. And there's been a couple like comical moments, but this is like a great dialogue, like legitimate dialogue between two awesome characters. That
really interesting stuff.
Yeah, and Tormund, you know, or the Hound says, you know, I didn't fall, I was pushed, and Tormund figures it out, and he's like, and ever since you've been mean.
Will you fuck off?
I don't think you're truly mean because you have sad eyes. I was like, oh damn,
man,
like
it's so true.
Tormund, like you actually kind of,
he's so smart,
like nailed it, really.
Yeah. Like, dude, he like. That's the way to describe Sandor. He's got a hard exterior, but it's only because he's got a soft interior, and he's like just pained and tormented his whole life. Like Tormund just picked it up.
Oh man, Tormund.
And then we get the great line, You want to suck my dick? Is that it?
and when I heard him say that, even before the whole like dick cock part, I heard him say, "You want to suck my dick? Is that it?" And in my mind, it went
or cock, because
I've been watching Tourette's Guy lately, and that's something that he says. He's like suck my dick or cock.
Oh my God.
Not familiar, but okay.
Oh, you'd love it, Patrick. It's great.
Okay.
I'll send you links later.
You know what? And I just want to say that I've like always from the beginning noticed that the Hound has sad eyes, so that means that I am as smart as them.
There you go. Nice.
Yeah. So where were we, Rachel?
So the Hound was like, cock. Oh, dick. I like it. Bet you do. Every time the Hound says bet you do, I always just laugh because it's so funny.
He set himself up for that.
Yeah,
he totally did. It was so perfect.
It's hilarious that Tormund's never heard the phrase dick before.
I know, and because it's kind of like it justifies all these like laughs we've had over Dick on in the last few episodes. But then you have to like establish that that's a word in Westeros. Maybe it's not.
That's hilarious. That's so funny, dude. You're so right about that, because we've never heard anybody say dick before on this show. I don't think, have we? It's always been cock this, cock that.
Yeah, and then Bronn's laughing at Dick on like. So then that has to like justify it to the viewer, like, oh yeah, some people know that word here too.
Yeah. At least some people find it funny. Yeah.
So nope, it's pussy for me. I have a beauty waiting for me back in Winterfell.
Thanks for the soundbite, Rachel. That's going at the end.
Oh my God. Why do you always get me to say those lines? And then you like torment me with them in the outtakes.
You picked it. You picked it for your top 3, not me.
Oh man. I'm not picking any of these scenes anymore from now on.
I won't put it in there if you don't want me to.
No, it's totally fine. It makes me laugh.
All right.
I have a beauty for me waiting for me back at Winterfell. She has yellow hair and blue eyes. The tallest woman you've ever seen. Almost as tall as you.
And the Hound stops dead in his tracks and like wrenches his head, turning towards Tormund, and knows exactly who he's talking about. Brienne of Tarth.
You know her? Like his eyes get all big and wide, like all excited that the Hound knows his woman.
Yeah, he's like infatuated with Brienne. She's a living goddess to Tormund, right, Patrick?
Yeah, I think she's like the perfect. I mean, we've already seen her like put Pitt together with a bear.
Yeah, and Tormund's obsessed with bears.
Yeah, and tinfoil corner. I think he might be Lyanna's father.
Oh yeah, I mean, the story about a bear. He could easily be talking about a Mormont woman, a she bear,
right?
Yeah.
And those are some feisty women, and
definitely
they're right at the spot where wildlings cross over the most.
Yep, right by the border, by the wall. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
I'm on board.
Have you seen those clips of the Tormund actor like playing with action figures on the set?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like doing little like role playing with like the action figure of him and the little like figure, and then like
he's like got him like making out
figure.
Yeah.
Apparently he was like method acting the whole time. Like the actor himself came up with. Like he just knew that would be in character for his character to like be smitten over Brienne.
Right.
And so he was like treating Gwendolyn Christie like that the whole time and actually like creeping her out on set.
That's so funny. So, was it his idea to create that dynamic?
Yeah, he just like got familiar with his character. He was like, well, this makes sense. He would totally be smitten with Brienne.
That's great. Christopher Hivju, good on you, brother.
Yeah.
So I thought this was really cool because, Tormund's like, you know her? And Sandor's like, you're with Brienne of fucking Tarth. And Tormund's like, well, not with her yet, but I see the way she looks at me. And
like she wants to carve you up and eat your liver.
And he's like, you do know her.
That's the part that every single time gets me, just the way he says,
you do know her.
Yeah, he's like, whoa, like that's so cool. And Sandor says, we've met. And I thought this was great, like amazing, because this is a way that Tormund and Sandor can relate to each other. Like Tormund's trying to like crack Sandor's shell. And this is the way that he does it. They both recognize and respect the power of Brienne of Tarth. You know what I mean? Like if anybody knows to respect Brienne of Tarth, it's Sandor. He's not going to fucking cross her again. You know what I mean?
Hell no, she freaking beat him. She maybe killed him.
Yeah. As we'll see later, like, remember Barracks, like, he brought you and me back to Jon, just the two of us, and right at that moment, Sandor steps up behind him on screen, hinting that either he will be revived in the future or maybe that he already has been.
Yeah, I noted that too.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I just love how this is like the thing that connects the two of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
I like the next line that he says, I want to make babies with her. Think of them, big, great monsters. They'll conquer the world.
Yeah, this mentality is great. You got to look at the genetics of your potential mate, and aim to create a badass little child.
And it's sort of a callback to the whole, like, who was it, Rast talking to Hodor saying, if I was your size, I would have conquered the world by now.
Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
So Sandor's like, how did a mad fucker like you live this long?
I'm good
at killing people.
Like, oh wow, I feel like that earned him a little respect too from Sandor.
Yeah, for sure.
And he says it like all proud.
Yeah. And it's true, man. He's a badass. Remember how vicious he was at the Battle of Castle Black?
I'll show you how a man ends it.
So badass.
There's a fucking spider. Sorry.
Thanks. Another good soundbite.
Sorry. I don't know what to do. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, my God. Sorry. That scared the shit out of me. It came down right in front of my face.
No way. That's epic. Anything else you want to add about your number 3, Lady Rachel?
No. I just love this so much.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. I love the whole Hound and Tormund combination too, and we'll get more into this later. We'll see the ramifications of this conversation as the Hound obviously comes to favor Tormund as we see he saves his ass later. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
So he broke the shell and is in with the Hound here. So that brings us to my number 3, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. My number 3 is It's Still Longclaw.
Ooh, yes.
Love this scene, right? With Jon walking along with Jorah.
So good.
So good. And there's so many good things about it too. Like one, Jorah is going to get a little bit of closure and hear a little bit more about his father's death and about how justice was served. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I just thought of this. This kind of like earns like brownie points with Jorah to like earn his blessing for for getting with Dany since. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even take it that way.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like we'll get to it. He mentions like
the children.
Yeah, exactly. He wants his family sword to end up in Dany's child's hand.
Yeah.
I think that's where he's angling with that.
And he doesn't have any children of his own. So the sword would just get kind of absorbed back into, Bear Island and the Mormonts. And he wants to keep it around Dany.
Yeah, he'd want Dany's child to wield it, I think. So I thought that was really cool. But we'll get to that in a minute.
Sure.
So Jon tells Jorah that the first time he went north of the wall, he was with Jeor Mormont, his father. And we learn how Jorah feels about himself and everything because he says that his father, who was a good man, deserved a better son. And he asks if Jon was with him when he died. And Jon tells him that he wasn't there. He was with the wildlings, their prisoner at the time. But he wants him to know that his father was avenged and that every mutineer found justice. And I thought that was a really nice thing for Jon to say and something that's good for Jorah to know. And it's sort of possibly softening the blow that he has Longclaw, which he's about to divulge to Jorah, right? Because who knows how Jorah would react to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jorah is lamenting about how it was horrible that was how his father had to go out because the Night's Watch was his everything and he would have died to protect every one of the people in his squad. And yet they butchered him. And, Jon relates to him that Ned was the same way, that like he was an honorable man, good all the way through, and he died a horrible death on the executioner's block. And it just goes to show you how sometimes shit things happen to good people, right? And that's something,
totally.
It happens. It's pretty common in Westeros.
They both lost their heads too.
Yeah. Yeah.
To him.
Drinking wine out of the skull of Joe fucking Mormont.
Carl fucking Tanner.
Carl fucking Tanner. Legend of Pit of Gin Alley.
It's Fukin. It's not fucking. It's
fucking
Carl.
Fukin.
Fukin.
That's the best. Oh man, I love Carl Tanner. And so Jorah's like, your father Ned wanted to execute me. And but of course, it's like Davos with Tyrion last episode. Last time I was here, you killed my son. And so it's all these interactions with these different characters are so interesting. These people that are like meeting each other for the first time, and we're getting these like these wild interactions, you know, Tormund and Sandor. Who would have ever imagined that in season 1, you know? Or or Jon and Jorah even, like, oh, it's so crazy.
And some people found the nerve to complain about this because it's quote unquote fan service. Like, bro, I'm a fan. Serve me, right?
Yeah,
like,
serve us.
You know,
and this is something that would actually happen.
Yeah,
you know, like they're gonna meet.
But wait, you know this is a really stupid plan. Was literally a complaint about this episode that I've heard from several sources. I'm like, bro, do you watch the show? Like, you know, it's a bad plan. What's yours?
Yeah. What's yours?
Going to the wall. Like, come on.
That's hilarious. Yeah, every time they go north of the wall, it's a bad plan. It's like, it goes without saying.
It's born of desperation for sure, and like these are desperate men, and
no one wants to go north of the wall. Like,
yeah, definitely.
So kind of.
So Jorah, reflecting on how Ned wanted to execute him, was like, well, you know, he was in the right, of course, being the honorable man that he was, you know, but didn't make me hate him any less for forcing me into exile. And Jon, I thought this was a really cool interaction. Jon's like, I'm glad he didn't capture you. Right? Jorah's like, me too. And this is when Jon sort of corrals Jorah off to the side and stops. And I'm like, oh my God, this is such a huge moment here. He starts to loosen his sword belt. And
like, always taking off that sword belt.
Oh my God. Yeah. Battle of the Bastards, throwing it on the ground.
Because he looks super good doing it.
Yeah. All the ladies want Jon to take his belt off. And so I thought it was cool. I noticed that there's a dagger on the belt as well, which I hadn't noticed before. Pretty cool,
that
right?
dagger has been there. That was there at Battle of the Bastards too.
Nice. So he takes off Longclaw, and as he's taking it off, he's like, your father gave me this sword. He changed the pommel from a bear to a wolf, but it's still Longclaw. And he hands it over to Jorah, holds it out to him, and Jorah like looks down at it in astonishment.
I love how he opens it up a little bit too, to like look at the Valyrian steel.
Slides it out. He's like, I recognize this sword, you know? Oh my God. And Jon's like, Jon is just so honorable. He's just like his father, like not like his father, Rhaegar. I mean, I guess they're both honorable, legendary for their honor. But he's just like Ned here, like honorable to a fault. Like here he is with this weapon, this ancestral sword of House Mormont. And he's like, you know, Lord Commander Mormont thought you would never come back to Westeros. And Jorah looks up at him and he's like, but here you are, you're back. And this sword has been in your family for centuries. It's not right for me to have it. And I was like, dude, that's just like such a powerful gesture and moment. And Jorah kind of like is like astonished by this and nods and looks down at the blade and tells Jon, he says, you know, he gave it to you. And Jon's like, well, I'm not his son. And Jorah pulls this sword out more from the sheath and looks at the blade again, taking it in for the last time, essentially, turning it around in his hands and looking at it. And he tells Jon, you know, that he brought shame to House Mormont and broke his father's heart and forfeited the right to claim that sword years ago. Another really powerful moment and of like realizing the truth and of self-actualization. And I think he knows that this sword is destined to be with Jon, right? Like just after everything that's happened, he's like, may it serve you well and your children after you. And I was like, oh my God, it's so powerful. And he gives Jon this sort of knowing look, like nods at him, like you do right by the sword and by Dany, and sort of walks away. And Jon is like stunned into silence by this, like the significance of Jorah giving him back the sword, you know, like it's like
talking to him about like the possibility of children, like, you know, legacy and like, you know, actually like having kids. He's like, I've never thought about having kids.
Right. Yeah. It's like a huge moment. Like not only is like is he thinking, wow, like potentially if we survive this chaos, like I could have kids, but now he has an ancestral Valyrian blade for his family. You know, that's his own
as
that he earned
too.
As a snow. Yeah, it's so cool, man. So it's just such a powerful moment where they're both just so honorable. And
I think Jorah also realizes too that like he's an old man. I mean, for the course of the show, I mean, the actor himself isn't terribly old.
Like, who's he going to pass it on to? For
Westeros years, he's old. I think the grayscale really did kind of a number on his ability to be like the great warrior that he once was, because we see that again this episode. Like he starts getting strangled by the White Walker and he can't really defend himself as well as he maybe once used to.
Who knows if he's still fertile?
Yeah. I mean, I just think that Jorah, like the whole kid thing aside, looks at Jon as this incredible warrior. He's young, he's able, he's fit, and he could do a lot more damage with that Valyrian steel sword than Jorah could at this point in his life. So it's kind of like two-sided. Like you're young, you can have kids. I see the connection with you and Dany.
Yes.
Like I want it for your children, but you're better suited to swing that sword regardless if you have children or not.
Yeah, it's so true. It's like the swords, you're better suited for it, but also it's a way for him to contribute to Dany's legacy too. And, you know, he thinks he knows, like he saw the way that they looked at each other. He knows that they're an item.
You just feel it. You feel it. I mean, we feel it on like watching it through a TV screen. Imagine like feeling it.
Yeah, in person, right?
Yeah.
Even without seeing them together, though, they're both these two sort of transcendent figures, right? Both who have survived these amazing occurrences. One, Dany, survives fire, and Jon survives the ice, even in this episode when he's plunged into the depths of the freezing water, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's crazy. So I don't know. It's just like they're destined to combine forces, it seems.
I really see Jorah as this, like the epitome, maybe at least show Jorah as the epitome of like chivalry and heraldry, where he has his like, you know, the woman that he loves, his muse, who he never actually, you know, consummates with or gets with.
Sort of the male equivalent of Brienne of Tarth.
Yeah, sort of. You know, like in heraldry, there was this idea of like, you know, carrying a woman's favor and going off on quests for her, and you know, with her in mind, and it's like you would take her with you in the back of your mind and carry her in your heart, your inspiration. And most of the time, those men never would, you know, see the woman again or end up with her, but it was more that like she would inspire you and give you purpose and
to fight with valor.
Yeah. So I really see that as Jorah, you know, like the whole, like, you know, aside, you know, it's not just this, you know, perpetual friend zone pun, but like, there's really something like, you know, there's something like deep that like connects it to like medieval heraldry, you know, with Jorah.
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
Me too.
So that wraps up my number 3.
Nice.
Should we move on to your number 2, Ser Patrick?
Yeah, that actually feeds perfectly into my number 2. My number 2 is just what I call the 3 wise men, because I see this whole thing, you know, there's like 12 apostles, and there's like the resurrected savior, and I see, like, you know, Tormund, Beric, and Jorah each say something to Jon that sort of contributes to him becoming who he's destined to be, to like take up the mantle of destiny. And like, you know, Jorah says this to him that gets him thinking about, you know, actually, like, you know,
children.
The future. Yeah, and you know, in the end, when he, you know, he bends the knee or he doesn't literally bend the knee, but he swears fealty to Dany, and, you know, he, you know, with Tormund saying, saying the whole, that line again about, Mance Rayder was a great man. The king beyond the wall who never bent the knee. How many had to die for Mance's pride?
Right. And just like Dany said to Jon an episode or two ago, how many, what's more important, your pride or their lives, right? Which he had initially said to Mance. And it's just like, this is the third time. First it was uttered by him. And now there's all these different people reminding him of this concept. And it's just like solidifying in his brain that he's got to kneel. He's just like Ned did. He admitted falsely to conspiring against Joffrey, forgetting about his own pride for the sake of the lives of his daughters. So Jon's going to do the same thing.
It's like the one time Ned lied, he lost his head for it.
Yeah. And basically Jon's going to do the same thing. He's going to forget about his own pride and kneel essentially later in this episode.
And it's sort of like, again, and going back with like the whole Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt, because he, that was for different reasons, but yeah,
that too.
And so you've got Jorah and Tormund, and then you've got Beric, and just those three conversations, and
that's Beric, so good.
Yeah, reaffirming the whole, like, even though he's stepped away from the Night's Watch, he still is the shield who guards the realms of men. Right,
and that we may not know what the Lord of Light wants for us, but fuck that. It doesn't even matter. All that we need to understand is that we're fighting for life and for justice and for liberty, and aside from that, nothing else matters.
Right.
Who cares why? Maybe that's all we need.
I went back and watched, because I was thinking that this was almost like another like word for word quote, but I don't know. I guess I just got the idea because I was rewatching this show so much when we were way back early in the rewatch in season 2, and I would be like going back from season 2 and then like watching season 7. But so I noticed back then that Corran Halfhand gives Jon a very similar speech, but
interesting.
It's sort of like, we'll probably die and no one will ever know your name, but you'll have, you'll saved their lives and people will never know you existed or something. And,
fame and pride isn't important. It's about like the task at hand and doing what's right.
And, it's sort of, that one sort of ends with Corran being like, you're a fucking idiot.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Yeah. But, so I just thought it was just like extremely like relevant and sort of like poetic in a way, just the way you have these three older men, these sort of like avuncular figures that each give Jon a piece of advice that contributes to like this sort of like fulfills an arc that started when he was resurrected and didn't know what the hell he was fighting for, and didn't like know, like, all he wanted to do was just go down south and be warm, and like now here he is like beyond the like up north wall freezing his ass off, like
putting the pieces together.
Yeah, it's like he sort of, and like it's like by the episode he sort of like realizes who he is.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah,
I like it.
So Jon's Jesus, then we got the three wise men, Jorah, Beric, and Tormund. And who are the 12 apostles?
Well, there's 12 of them that go out.
Oh, 12 that go north, that range north?
Yeah, so I would call Benjen the 12.
Gotcha.
He beat John the Baptist, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we already have Jon the Bastard, so yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That was cool. I like that. Yeah, because we used to make all these connections with religious symbolism from the show. Like back in season 2, I think we were doing a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
So you also have the Night King with his like 4 lieutenants, and they always remind me of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
That's great. So it's like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse facing off against Jesus and the 12 disciples here.
Yeah.
Sort of puts Dany in the awkward position of being the whore of Babylon.
Oh my God. Or is she Lucifer who falls from heaven on the dragon?
Ooh.
Dun, dun, dun. Bringer of light, right? That's what Lucifer means, the light bringer, and she shows up wielding the most blazing torch of all.
It's true.
So
maybe.
So Jon is Jesus, Dany is Lucifer. This is cool.
Yeah, and that's the whole. That's wow. That's deep. Because Jon is also. I mean, I don't want to open this can of worms. I don't know, but he's also Hitler. I mean, I kind of think of him as like Jesus Hitler, or like he's sort of like, or a bizarro Hitler that's good.
Why is he Hitler?
Like okay, so he is the dark-haired, dark-eyed leader of the Targaryens of the
the Aryans, the Targaryens.
Yeah, with their their blonde hair and not blue eyes, but blue in the show anyway. But the Valyrians are definitely, I think, they're patterned on
Aryans.
Sort of like Atlantis, but also like with the Nazis. Like you've been talking lately about how what if Valyrian steel was them trying to replicate the dragon steel of the last hero,
right, of Lightbringer.
So and going like mining deep and getting all these slaves to mine all this metal, and doing blood sacrifices, and how many like people got had to like be like die horrible, live horrible.
So it's like the Nazis with their quest for advanced technology and stuff. Or Atlantis. Yeah.
And then, there's all sorts of, like George, he sort of like amalgamates a lot of things into one. And so there's sort of like, that, and like combined with like the dwarves in The Hobbit that mined too deep and unearthed the Balrog or whatever. But yeah, there's I definitely, Jon Snow, he also, Hitler had a white German Shepherd. So,
Oh my God.
That's hilarious.
I see sort of like George does these split amalgams with characters where,
right. Hitler failed though when he tried to fight in Russia in the muddy winter, right? So Jon succeeded in the winter thus far.
Okay, well, that's where we're okay. So like, Thoros is very much like Thor, especially, in relation to Beric, because the one-eyed lightning lord who sits in a tree in the books. But he's not. But he's also he has a magic weapon, but it's not a hammer. But he's also best buddies with Robert, who wields the hammer, and is also a lot like Thor. So there's a sort of like, I guess I'd call it like a split amalgam.
Right.
So in that way, when you put Jon and Stannis together, there you sort of get a complete picture of Hitler, because it's.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he's all like getting into like weird occultism thanks to
right. Thanks to Melisandre.
She's like
dark shit.
And like then he dies due to like attrition and
brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Okay, so anyway, you know me, my tinfoil, but
that wraps up your number 2.
Yeah, that's a nice, satisfying number 2.
All right. Sounds good. How about your number 2, Lady Rachel?
My number 2 is when Dany is sitting over Jon in the boat.
Oh, when he wakes up there at the end?
When he wakes up.
Oh, what a scene, man.
Oh, my God.
And we get the Dany Jon theme again in that scene, which I played. It's something I added to our last episode after we recorded, because Lord Nick of House Wiccans sent me a bunch of links to this music that comes up in Dany and Jon scenes, and they have their own like melody, this theme that keeps playing.
Do, 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 do.
Dun, dun.
It's so pretty. So Ramin Djawadi actually did a video, and he wrote the score of the bed scene first. Oh, and then because that's
then based on all of the other like
and
melodies
then
off
kind
of that
backwards. Yeah, so we get it every time we hear it. It gets a little bit thicker and a little bit bigger, and more instruments playing it.
Yes,
and when they finally like have sex on the boat, it's like the full orchestra playing it.
Yeah, sometimes when you come up with a song idea, you know, you'll come up with the main melody first, and then you have to go back to the beginning and figure out how to get there.
Yeah, he talked about that he wanted to introduce this new score, and that way when the boat scene happened, it's like the music sounds familiar.
Right.
But we've only heard it in, you know, the scenes with Jon and Dany. So it was really cool. I think I actually posted it to the Game of Microphones page.
Nice. Yeah, the first we hear of that melody is right when she says, "I'll fight for you." After you bend the knee, basically. In the cave, yeah.
And it's like the full orchestra when they're like on the boat doing it, like and it's a much higher octave and it's much bigger sounding.
Yeah.
But it grows, so like we get it very faintly when she says "when you bend the knee," and then the next time we hear it, it's a little bit thicker, a little bit more orchestra going on, and then we hear it again here. And it's a little bit bigger and it's a little bit longer.
Yeah, the second time was when Jon touches Drogon.
John's touching Drogon. Yep.
Yeah.
And then we're going to get it next episode, like full bore.
Oh, yeah. Bore.
And so Jon opens his eyes and Dany's staring at him. She's sitting there like kind of watching over him like, you know, a mother would to her child or a wife would to her husband, you know, like making sure that he's okay. To wake up.
Yeah, it's romantic, man. She's been sitting there, you know, waiting for him.
I know. And the first thing that comes out of his mouth is, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry."
With everything that's happening, all he cares about is her feelings.
Yeah, I think when Jon sees that dragon falling from the sky, he feels like he killed that dragon.
Yeah,
because he set the raven.
Right.
Dany came to rescue him and he failed her. And I think that's why when he sees the Night King go to pull the second spear out,
he's just like, go.
He kind of sacrifices himself. He's like, I can't even like bear to look at this woman. I am responsible for killing one of the 3 most unique creatures on the planet and someone's child.
Yeah, it's horrible.
You know?
Not wrong, you know?
Although she left before, she never got the raven. You know what I mean? Like that raven would have been taken days to get there, and she left beforehand. You know?
Oh, you think so?
Oh, absolutely.
That's one point of view. I
Oh, like when she like meets with Tyrion and she's all conflicted, I guarantee you, we don't see things in order all the time on this show, you know, like this stuff is happening probably like a day after they left to go north probably. And Dany's like, oh my God, like, you know, like in 24 hours, 48 hours has left since they've gone north. She's freaking out about like they're all going to their deaths. She's talking about how heroes, like she doesn't want Tyrion to be a hero because all these people that she has deep connections with are heroes. Drogo, Jorah, Dario, this Jon Snow, you know, and she's freaking out about it the whole time that they're gone. And she leaves before that raven even flies, for sure.
Damn.
That's, you know, that's a valid point of view. I mean, and you know, the case could be made for the idea that like, yeah, she doesn't have to wait for a raven, but you know, and she's got agency. But you know, it's sort of also like waiting for Dany gives them actually something to just not give up over. So they're like actually waiting on that rock for a reason and not just like offing themselves or
right. Well, it's a Hail Mary. They had to try something. You know?
Yeah. Maybe
they could figure out some way to fend off all the undead legions for the week or so that it would take to get Dany the message and to have her fly up at dragon speed. But This she left beforehand, you know. It's the only way that this makes any sense.
I'm gonna say that they made it deliberately vague so that the viewer can make up their own mind, because it doesn't really matter what the ultimately like what the timeline is. And I think that people that complain so much about the timeline really missed the point that, maybe she left on her own, or maybe they were on that lake a lot longer than it makes it seem like.
Yeah, no, they were worried about the ice freezing up again. And morning comes and Sandor throws the rock and the ice is frozen. So all the undead come at them, realizing that the ice is frozen again enough for them to walk on. It was only one night that passed that they were on that island. By the time night falls, Gendry's back at Eastwatch.
Yeah, that's one night that we saw.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only night there was. That we know that because that's how long it would take basically for the ice to freeze again. One freezing night up north.
But the Night King isn't waiting for the ice to freeze. He's waiting for the dragons to come. So
but the undead legions are waiting for the ice to freeze before they storm the rocky outcropping in the middle of the lake. That's the only thing that's holding them back.
The Night King completely controls the undead legions, because I believe that he's warging them, or he's skin changing them. That's how he controls them.
He's at least keeping them like alive through necromancy, animated. Yeah, but I mean, they attack before the dragons get there. They're fighting and attacking when they realize that the ice is frozen because the rock bounces across it, basically.
Yeah, well, I mean, because the Night King, he's got to sell this to them. Like, he can't let them know that he's deliberately waiting for a dragon. So once the jig is up and the lake is shown to be frozen, then he's got to start.
It doesn't even necessarily have to go that far, though, because from my perspective, it all lines up right when the dragons arrive. Like, that's just how long it took for the ice to freeze. It's the next morning. They begin attacking and Dany shows up. The timeline just lines up perfectly. It's sort of like The Usual Suspects, how all the way through the movie we're thinking one thing, and then at the end we learn something and it changes the way we look at everything from the past, like from the prior part of the movie. Same thing here. Like, we see Dany take off and arrive, but I think we're supposed to figure out that this all happened beforehand, because it's so far away. It's like 1,000 miles from Dragonstone, right? It's impossible.
Also, I mean, you make a good point, Duncan, because they don't have any fire and they're not going to like survive very long without food and water,
right?
Up on that rock and like below freezing temperatures.
It's only been one night. Thoros died overnight. They wake up, Thoros is dead, and this is, what's happening.
And you don't see all the nights after that where they had to survive by eating Thoros. That was
my God.
I never realized this until yesterday when I rewatched it again, and was just thinking like, oh shit, they ate Thoros. Like, I don't just randomly just subliminally in my mind, just the term lake bacon just popped into my head. And
that's the way there you go. Like, if it did take multiple days, that's the only way they could have survived it is by eating Thoros.
That's what the Night Watch, it's canon that the Night's Watch will do that. They will resort to cannibalism. So when you're talking about how JR wasn't gonna would never leave one of his men behind, I have this crazy theory that he was so adamant about making sure.
Doesn't he talk about eating people? Yeah. Early on in the series.
Uh-huh.
Like, first we ate the horses and then we ate the dogs and then.
You don't know cold. Neither of you do. The horses died first. Didn't have enough to feed them, to keep them warm. Eating the horses was easy. But later when we started to fall, that wasn't easy.
Alistair, he got stuck beyond the wall for some period of time, and
it was supposed to be 6 days and it was 6 months.
I spent 6 months out there, beyond the wall, during the last winter. Supposed to be a 2-week mission.
He had to resort to some horrible shit.
It's common practice. And why did JR want to bring Sam? Why was Sam so vital?
In case they had to eat that nice marbled.
Because he's marbled.
Yeah, there you go.
We should have had a couple of boys like you along, shouldn't we? Soft, fat boys like you. We'd have lasted a fortnight on you and still had bones left over for soup.
Because, they call him Piggy.
Yeah.
All right? That's a hint right there, because Piggy in Lord of the Flies, what happens to him?
Ew. Oh my God, Lord of the Flies. That was the most disturbing book.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Piggy, spoilers for Lord of the Flies, Piggy gets eaten. So I feel like he wanted to make sure that Rast kept Piggy alive because they were going to need...
They're going to need the nutrition.
Yeah. If they got stuck in Rast, that's why he's all just try to keep the men from mutineering when they're all starving, because he's like, you guys don't realize we've got...
Yeah, he's like, we don't need Craster's larder, we have Sam.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's exactly it. Speaking of eating human flesh, Dany and Jon, they're so romantic together. I just love it.
Oh my God. He basically kind of continues I wish I could take it back.
But before he says that, he reaches up and grabs her hand. Right
no,
when
doesn't
he apologizes.
she grabs his hand
later on. He says, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, and reaches up and grabs her hand. And I'm like, oh shit, first skin to skin contact. Because he touched her jacket with his glove in the cave. But here it's full on skin contact.
Oh my God. She's tingling.
He reaches his hand out, but I remember she takes his hand.
Later she does. She grabs his hand when he bends the knee.
He touches it here. And she doesn't really hold it back, but then she holds his hand towards the end of the scene.
But she's starting to grip her hand a little bit too tight, and you see her getting a little uncomfortable, and then she sort of withdraws her hand and says, "You need to get some sleep."
Yeah, and that's the second time when she grabs his hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those abs. Sitting there looking at his abs and his wound.
Yeah, they're so rugged. That's when she gets a close view of his wounds. She probably sees them though when Davos is stripping off his frozen.
She does. She's standing right there, and she sees that all the scarring and his hot, sexy washboard abs.
Yeah, that's just that's just I don't even know how to frame this up, but it's just I don't know. Yeah, she just sees him she's just his. Well,
she's been pondering about what Davos said about taking a knife in the heart, and then she sits there and looks at this wound that's clearly a deep wound right over his heart, and then she sees the multiple 5 other stab wounds that and she kind of her mouth kind of drops open, and she realizes that what Davos said is true, and that there's something very magical about him.
Yeah, exactly. She sees a parallel of herself in him, that he's survived a miraculous situation type thing. And I think that she really starts to see him as an equal in that moment.
But she's also seeing him as oh wow, not only has he survived miraculously and come back from death, but he's got this incredible body. Wow. He's an Axe body spray model or something. Yeah.
He may be little for a hero, but he's got abs.
She sees how cut he is. There you go.
Totally.
It has two meaning.
Cut. Yeah.
Because he's so cut. I'm sorry. I'll keep my way.
Literally cut up by knives.
Yeah. That guy is cut. Carry on. Don't mind me.
I don't even know where we are anymore.
He's saying, I wish I could take it back. I wish we'd never gone.
Oh, yeah. She goes, I don't. If we hadn't gone, I wouldn't have seen. You have to see it to know. Now I know.
And I think she's talking about both the undead legions and Jon's chest wounds. Because if she hadn't come up north, she wouldn't have seen the undead, and she wouldn't have seen Jon in this vulnerable position and seen the truth of what Davos had said before. So I think this is a multifaceted implication or statement here that she's making with dual meaning, which is kind of cool.
I totally agree. Absolutely agree.
And this, since Jon had just grabbed her hand right before this part where she talks about, he's sorry that they came here ever, and she is glad they came because now she knows, they're holding hands at this point. And that connection between the two of them causes Dany's next statement. She says, "The dragons are my children. They're the only children I'll ever have. Do you understand?" And in that moment, I think since they're holding hands and they're looking at each other and realizing that they have this connection, she's basically telling him, if we're going to be together, you need to know, I won't be able to have your children. Yeah. And he accepts that, and nods, it doesn't even matter basically. And it's just a really powerful moment because he's vulnerable. He's been stabbed. He's near death. And this is a really vulnerable place for her too. This admission that you're a king, I'm a queen. We can obviously we're drawn together, but if we're together, you need to understand that I won't be able to give you progeny, and that's a big deal. Lineage, especially for royalty.
Giving heirs.
Yeah. They're basically a torpedo couple at this point. Tyrion is saying, if you're gone, what is there? What's keeping us together? Who will sit the Iron Throne? When Dany and Jon are done, if they don't have kids, that's it. It'll be another line.
They will.
Yeah. That's so that
they're going to have kids.
We get talk about, with Jorah mentioning the sword serving Jon's children. And we also have Tyrion talking about Dany and what's going to come after her, the idea of succession. And here she's talking about how she can't have children. All these mentions of Jon and children and Dany and children. It's foreshadowing that she's going to get pregnant for sure. When she least expects it, because she thinks it's impossible.
And that's kind of, I don't know, because I don't know. Earlier when you said, you raised the question of whether we don't even know if Jorah can even have kids. I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm do we even know?
His stones turned to stone, maybe.
I mean, obviously he I don't know that Jon. I'm not sure. Is his heart beating? I thought there was something that George said about how his. But I guess he was talking about somebody else.
Wait, are you talking about Jon or Jorah?
Jon, because I'm saying okay, yeah, all right. So if Jorah probably can't have kids, but do we know if Jon he's a wight, he's a fire wight, I think. No, wait, I'm sorry, I'm getting him confused because George has said that Beric is a fire wight.
Right. So that means that Jon potentially is a fire wight as well, since he's been revived by the R'hllor, the Lord of Light. Yeah. Apparently, from what it seems. So in that case, does a fire wight have a heartbeat? Are they animated by necromancy? Are they actually alive? It's a good question.
I mean,
is he capable of is he potent or is he?
I mean, apparently he can get it up, so he,
that would indicate blood flow.
Blood, so his hands haven't turned black, so I guess there you go.
Yeah,
we'll see how different it is in the books if Winds of Winter ever.
Yeah, and so back to this moment with the two of them, she divulges, we can't have kids, and he's okay with it, and
he's like, "Oh, really?"
Yeah. And so they're still yeah. So they're still holding hands, and this is a super powerful moment from Dany because he hasn't even bent the knee yet, right? And so they're still basically just an alliance of two royal parties at this time, and she tells him, "We are going to destroy the Night King and his army, and we'll do it together. You have my word." And I thought that was so huge that she's committing to this. And committing to a mutual cause because she sees the significance. And he didn't even need to bend the knee to earn her allegiance and her backing, basically. So just really powerful moment that she's dedicating herself to this cause.
It's such a...
Well, how could you not dedicate yourself to this cause after you just saw what you just saw?
Right.
Exactly. How could you say, oh, you still need to bend the knee? There are 100,000 dead people, trying to kill us.
Yeah.
It's kind of a moot point at this point, I think, in Dany's mind. It's whatever. I have 3 dragons. I just pummeled them. Yes, I lost one because we didn't realize that, the Night King was an Olympic
Ice javelin thrower.
Ice javelin. But you know, that battle, it was destruction for the Night King if he didn't do anything. Like, she could have wiped them all out if he didn't have any weapons to kill her dragons.
Right. And if she had just attacked him first before he grabbed the ice spear, the freaking javelin, like, could
I don't think she really knew, like,
right.
Where
she just seen her man in danger, and she needed to, you know, she didn't know the dynamics.
She didn't know that he was necessarily there.
Okay, so I have a different take on whether or not the dragons could actually defeat the Night King.
Kill the Night King? What do you think?
Well, I've like I said, I have like watched and studied every like frame of that.
Is it because that when they step on the fire, it kind of goes out? Yeah,
but there's like, as he's stepping forward to pull out the javelin, he's stepping through a line of fire. There is a line of fire in the ice or on the rocks right in front of them, where the dragons obviously like torched them. Just
right, it's dragon fire.
Yeah, straight up. Like, it's still like the rock is still on fire, but they obviously, like, that line of fire is that, like, there's this fire that got formed from the dragon targeting those White Walkers that were standing in a row, and it didn't kill them.
Right.
Unless they just stepped back calmly, because we don't actually see it happen. But the battlefield has these telltale scars of where the dragons attacked, and one of them was definitely where the White Walkers were standing with the Night King. And yeah, so I don't know if a direct blast from the dragons could actually kill them, but if the dragons, if they play their cards right, I'll say that, like, the real advantage that the White Walkers have now that, you know, everybody's all armed with like dragon glass and Valyrian steel is that they have this army of the dead to stand between them. So all you have to do is really get like somebody up close who is, you know, really good at fighting. We don't even know how good of a fighter the Night King actually is, but yeah. So I mean, yeah, if the dragons can do the wave clear, then the DPS can get in and, you know, get their carry.
Fuck yeah, we got to get those heavy hitters in there. And they're finally teaming up here now in this chamber on the boat here. They're finally joining forces. It's amazing. She is like, we're going to do it together. You have my word.
Do it together.
Yeah, that's what she said. She literally says, we're going to do it together.
We're going to do it together. Yes, you are, girlfriend.
He's like, thank you, Dany.
And she goes, oh, Dany, who was the last person who called me that? I'm not sure. Was it my brother?
I know who was. It was George R.R. Martin 1,138 times in the first 5 books of A Song of Ice and Fire. Precisely. You can go to asearchoficeandfire.com and you can search for any word or combination of words, and it'll pop out matches from whatever books you select, whether it's the Duncan Egg novellas, Game of Thrones, Clash of Kings, etc. So I just went in and typed Dany, searched for it for the 5 books that have been released of main 5, and it's 1,138 times that he says Dany.
That's crazy. So she continues, it's not the best company that you want to keep. And he goes, okay, all right, not Dany. How about my queen?
She's like, what?
What? I'd bend the knee. And she's like, what about those who swore allegiance to you? He says, they'll come to see you for what you are. And I loved that line.
Yes. And this is when she grabs his hand.
Foreshadowing.
Oh,
sorry.
Damn.
Like, you know, you have to like look at everything after season 8 comes out. Then you have to go back and look at everything in that context and be like, oh right. Man, it was right there. They'll come to see you for what you are.
Are we going to have to do another series rewatch, Duncan?
Maybe. We might.
I've been saying that this whole time. Like, dude, you guys are going to see this thing once Varys reveals what he really is. You're going to have to see this whole series from a completely different perspective
and start it all over again.
Yeah.
So you're saying that maybe they'll all come to see you for what you are, and it could be like the evil, like Mad Queen 2.0.
Yeah. the Mad Queen, because you see hints of it.
Right. And she's so touched by what he's saying then that he's bending the knee and swearing allegiance to her and fealty. And she's so like happy with him that he's decided to do this, and happy with herself. It's like a major accomplishment, combining the North with the parts of the kingdoms that she already rules. Essentially, it's like it's huge. The North is half of the seven kingdoms. So the fact that the North is now bending the knee to her is massive, but it's also like more of like a broad statement about the way that Jon sees her and recognizes like the qualities in her. And she's so impacted by this moment. This is when she like grabs his hand and the Jon and Dany theme music rises behind them.
And she rubs her thumb.
She
rubs
does?
his skin with her thumb. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's always cool.
She's feeling it.
Yeah, like she's turned on, like the way that he sees her now, she likes it. And she grabs his hand and she hopes that she deserves it. And he's like, "You do." And that's when she's like, it's all hitting her so fast, and she's like letting her emotions out by like grabbing his hand and rubbing his hand with her thumb, like you were saying. I think she realizes that like she's like letting it all out too quickly, and she like pulls back.
I think what's happening is she's a queen and he's a king, and they're supposed to be very strong and unyielding, and they're not supposed to feel vulnerable or weak, and they do towards each other because they're attracted to each other.
Yeah. I mean, Jon,
this is an uncomfortable feeling.
Yeah. Yeah. Like they're like, she's seeing his body, like that's symbolic of how like his armor has been removed at this point. He's softened to her. She's divulging her most vulnerable secrets as well, that she is infertile as far as she knows. Like, yeah, they're both like in very vulnerable positions in this scene for sure. Very open with each other. Which is
uncomfortable for a king and a queen to feel that way. Yeah. But they just can't deny it.
Yeah. So she kind of like freaks out a little bit and like kind of pulls her hand back away, and she's like, you should get some rest. And he just kind of like closes his eyes.
I like how he does that too, because that's like such a, what is he, like 16 in the books?
Something like that.
There's certain times when Jon Snow acts very much like, the little boy, or, the adolescent boy. And that's one of those, just the way he,
that's
quickly like goes back and like shuts his eyes, like, okay, I'm going to sleep now.
And then he kind of like peeks though.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Yes.
I missed that. That's funny.
He closes his eyes, and then she's leaving the room, and he kind of like looks over at her and then closes his eyes again.
Nice. Oh man, it's so cool. Like finally seeing them like really come together and like admit like their feelings for each other. And like that moment when she talks about how she can't have children, that's like really like a moment where they're thinking about a future together, which is fucking wild, man. After 7 seasons here it's just such a powerful moment. I mean, after all the anticipation of all the years where they've been in different continents, and we're just imagining them finally meeting up, like seeing it happen is so crazy. It's like seeing the Tower of Joy scene, the same type of feeling for me. Just like, wow, like this is nuts,
I just thought, it just occurred to be like the punnery of the term anticipation.
With his aunt.
There's going to be that reveal too.
That's going to be wild. Oh man.
So do you guys have anything else you want to add to my number 2?
I mean, I think that's pretty much it. Just such a cool scene.
Is that the same bed that they get in?
Yeah. No. Cause
it's her chamber. It's different ship.
He goes to her chamber. So when they do it, but they lay him in this like bed. It looks like the same room.
It does look like the same room. Maybe this is the room she ends up in later.
Yeah, maybe they just like laid him in there fast.
Who knows that this is if this is even the same boat though? You know what I mean? Like
that's true.
Maybe it's like Dany's royal ship that they're on next time or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. It looks like the same place though. Where are we? My number 2 at this point?
Yes, your number 2.
All right. My number 2 is Arya's bullseye.
Ooh.
Which is just such a cool moment. It's really small, but it's just that little scene between that little story that Arya tells about remembering growing up in Winterfell, and she's standing up on the second floor balcony type of thing with Sansa, and she's talking about how father used to watch them from up there, right where they're standing at this moment, and he wouldn't say much. But you probably, she sort of throws some shade at Sansa here. You probably don't remember. You were inside knitting all the time. She's like, I remember. But she's like, one time, she goes through the story about how they were all shooting arrows with Sir Roderick, and Bran had left his bow out, and she comes out and finds it, and she's like, oh, he would have been in trouble. Roderick would have cuffed him for that, because it's against the rules to leave your bow and arrow out. So she's like, oh, this is my moment. There's nobody around to stop her. And she goes and gets that bow, gets that arrow, and starts shooting at the target. And she wasn't very good, and there was only the one arrow that was sticking to the target, so she'd have to go up and grab it and go back to her space or to her place and shoot again. And she was terrible, but every shot that she would get a little better. And finally, she hit the bullseye. It might have been the 20th shot, might have been the 50th shot. She doesn't remember, but what she does remember is the sound that she heard. A clap from the balcony, as Ned is watching her achieve this awesome victory over the target and the bow. And it's just such a powerful moment, because she's talking about how she knows that she was breaking the rules, but she saw her father smiling. So she also knows that what she was doing wasn't wrong. And she realizes that it's the rules that are wrong, and that she's doing what she was meant to be doing. And he knew it. And I love this. It's like Ned is watching over her as she's finding her own path and achieving her accomplishments. And he's smiling, watching her like find what she's meant to be doing and doing it. And I thought that it was just sort of like a symbolic of like, maybe like a bigger thing that's what she's still doing. She's striking her own path. She's going out, figuring out what she's meant to be doing, and she's doing it. And she's getting revenge for the Red Wedding on the Freys, and she's doing all this stuff. And I feel like just like Ned was smiling down at her from the second floor there when she hit that bullseye, that just like he's watching over her still, you know what I mean?
Totally.
I kept thinking of this scene, or that line specifically, when we were going through the whole Faceless Men story arc with her, where like she's like, going against the rules, but it's like I just kept thinking like, yeah, but the rules are wrong.
Right, right.
Like she, this is what the Faceless Men's official rules are saying, but ultimately it's up to the gods to decide what's right or wrong. And I think it's like she came through that because she was doing what was right in the eyes of the many-faced gods that he approved. And right. Also, since Jaqen is secretly Rhaegar and she's just like Lyanna, he's also like forsaking his duty because that whole thing happens. But,
yeah. That's cool.
Yeah,
I think that
the rules.
Oh yeah, the rules are wrong. I like that, man. Like sometimes law does not equate to morality. You know what I mean? So just because there's a law or just because there's a rule doesn't mean that it's just because it's the law. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's good to be able to recognize the difference and think for yourself and question authority and determine your own morality and your own path and have your own agency. And that's something that Arya has always exhibited, and Ned is just smiling down from the balcony when she hits the bullseye, and then probably again smiling down on both her and Sansa when they team up and foil Baelish's plot and execute him. Next episode, yes. I'm thinking that Ned is smiling down on both of them as they're achieving victory over an enemy of the Starks.
Him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole like mind bender.
Totally.
That like boggles my mind. Like I just thought just when I think I'd like thought over like every possible like tinfoil thing and come to a conclusion about it. Like Rachel, there was that tinfoil monkey wrench into things. I'm like, wow, what I think about this.
Did I find tinfoil?
Yes, you told me you were going to give me a piece of tinfoil, and you have.
Classic.
Yes.
Yeah. So that pretty much wraps up my number 2. How about your number 1, Ser Patrick? Or unless there's anything you guys want to add about that scene.
No, I don't think so. I loved it too. So.
Nice.
Yeah, right. I mean, I could go off on a huge tangent about like we're wrong and Lyanna with Rhaegar and him breaking the rules and acting on his agency, and is that because love is the death of duty, or because he was trying to make the prince that was promised because he works on a higher level than everything else? But we could just move on.
Yeah. Oh, there was an interesting moment. I think, did I mention it when in the previous episode? I meant to. Love being the death of duty. When Arya finds out that Jon Snow is at Winterfell, and she changes path, going from King's Landing to kill Cersei, and goes up to the north. That's love. Yeah.
It's all because Lyanna probably met Rhaegar at the crossroads, and it's all there. It's all connected.
But yeah, like that's love being the death of duty. Her duty was to go down there and to take out Cersei, and her love for Jon made her stray from that path and head north. And that decision that she made meant that Cersei ended up surviving as long as she did. If Arya hadn't found out that Jon was up north from Hot Pie, she could have gone down south, killed Cersei, saved Dany and Jon a whole lot of trouble.
or prevented the ultimate way of just defeating the army of the dead, because the whole Cersei wildfire thing.
Oh yeah, that too potentially. Yeah,
I think that's how it's going to end. Is that
Cersei's going to have?
Yeah, they're going. Well, maybe not Cersei, but somebody's going to light wildfire, ignite that wildfire.
Nice.
Maybe they don't need before. Who knows?
So let's move on to your number 1, Ser Patrick. What you got?
Okay, I'm just calling it the most epic metal concert of all time. That's just what they call the frozen lake battle, which of course it's an ocean inlet. But
this is my number 1 too. The battle.
Nice.
Okay. I don't know so much to say about it. Like, first of all, they call it the frozen lake battle in the behind the scenes stuff after the show. They call it the frozen lake battle, but I don't know if this got through in my Ravens calls because the episode hasn't come out yet. But when Gendry meets Jon for the first time, when they're talking about it in the after the show thing, they say, Jon and Gendry, of course, they immediately have so much in common. They're both bastards. And we know that's, not true. So they're saying it from the character's point of view at the time. So just to establish that, even though they call it the frozen lake battle, I say that with air quotes. But yeah, so I just feel like this is sort of like, this is black metal versus power metal, and it's just like you just see this like set up. There's like stage diving and like pyrotechnics and like dragons flying in, and just it just.
So who's
feels
black
like
metal and who's power metal?
Well, power metal is obviously the heroes. They're just like singing in their like falsetto voices and saying "death to false metal," and then obviously the Night King and his crew are black metal.
Nothing's more power metal than dragons.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that is totally power metal. And then nothing's more black metal than having an army of corpses and like demonic, like Norwegian folklore inspired like dudes.
Yeah, you could say black metal or you could say death metal.
Death metal.
See, death metal, I think that's more like Gregor. That's like,
yeah. I can see that.
Just, George, I found this out in college. He took a class on like Norwegian or Scandinavian history and mythology and all that, and that's apparently like was a huge source of inspiration. And I know you guys talked about that you did a you read an article that went into like all of the different folklore, mythological influences on the White Walkers, and a lot of it was just Scandinavian folklore. And, yeah, I feel like black metal would just be very
appropriate.
Black metal dudes very much. But it's also completely ironic because the others, the White Walkers and all that, they're so based on the Grateful Dead that it's kind of like this hilarious sort of tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, they're totally black metal. But
wait, how are the White Walkers based on the Grateful Dead?
How are they not? I mean, okay, like, you know, they come from the Were trees, named after Bob Weir, from the Grateful Dead.
Yeah, but the werewood trees are named after Bob Weir. That doesn't mean that the Night King, or the White Walkers, are representative of the Grateful Dead. I mean, that could mean Bran is representative of the Grateful Dead. It could mean Children of the Forest.
Funny you mentioned that, because I think Bran is the Night King. But,
right.
Also, I noticed, like, first, how was the Night King created? They crucified him to a weirwood tree, and something I actually only recently really noticed is the texture of the White Walkers. That's not like rotting skin texture. That's actually weirwood tree. Like, they have the skin of a weirwood tree.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that white.
I noticed that
skin.
too. That they're really like, it's not skin. I thought maybe it was ice.
Yeah, his horn.
But it could be like weirwood.
I always thought it was skin, but like old looking skin.
Yeah, that's what I always thought that too. But I don't know, for some reason, like, since I've been like looking at more like close up pictures of him, I've really noticed the texture is like, it's tree texture, and it's just white and tree. And also, he was created by being crucified to a weirwood tree. And I mean, when you think of a Grateful Dead shirt, you're thinking of skeletons dancing around that tree with the face. And
oh shit!
And as we've seen it,
skeletons. Now I know the bears, but now are there like skeleton bears?
Yeah, now we even have a bear.
Oh yeah,
this episode we've got a bear.
Skeleton bear.
Yeah, it's all connected, and I feel like there's always been like, you know, he's always implanting these little like nods towards his favorite
pop culture type stuff.
Yeah. So I don't know.
So where were we with your number one?
I'm just talking about how metal it is.
Oh, right.
By the way, the island that they're standing on is, you can see there's these like stone formations all around the area, and you also see them in the Hardhome episode. All around Hardhome, there's sort of like these pillars of stone that are just kind of like jutting up and then like just have a flat top to them. Those are actually found all around Iceland.
I was going to say that's Icelandic geology.
Yeah, they're formed from like lava, underground lava tubes, just the heat like forcing up. Did
they shoot this in Iceland?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Pretty much everything.
I've always wanted to go to Iceland, man.
Man,
me too.
I wanted to go with Jerome Flynn when he was leading his little expedition out there.
Oh shit!
But anyway, those things, they're called. The name of them is Dimmu Borgir, which is.
Oh, I know the band Dimmu Borgir.
Yeah, one of the world's like most popular black metal bands.
Yeah, Puritania. Love that song.
Actually, I think I only know like one of their songs, but I just thought, you know, that's interesting too. There's just like all this like it's just so much like it's so.
What's the Dimmu Borgir connection though? Like
those stone formations that are formed from the underground lava tubes.
They're called Dimmu Borgir.
Yeah. And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the folklore is actually that they are the remains of trolls that were tricked to staying out after the sun came up, so they turned to stone.
Damn.
But I mean that's pretty fucking metal too. So
super metal.
I was really like, yeah, and then you've got the one dude like stage diving.
That jumps off, that falls off the cliff there, And gets
I mean, the whole thing is just like
they're like on center stage with all the fans are like the wights that are like crowding all around the stage there.
Like the other stage is sort of like a battle of the bands.
Battle of the bands. That's what I was thinking. Hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but think that that sort of the imagery didn't go unnoticed by the directors. I mean, because. Yeah,
so you could say that the Eastwatch 7 and Dany together are Dragon Force. And we could say that...
oh my God, I love Dragon Force.
And we could say that the Night King and his group are Metalocalypse.
There you go.
Fuck yeah.
Or Death Clock. Yeah.
Yeah, Death Clock. There you go. Yeah, Death Clock.
There's sort of a power
Nathan explosion.
Death, black metal kind of, fusion. But...
all right. Anything else you want to mention about the metalness of the scene?
It's just fucking metal. I mean,
yes.
I've got a whole lot to say about it, but yeah, that's my number one.
All right. So moving on to Rachel, your number one is the big battle as well, right?
Yeah.
All right. Take it away.
Oh God. I just loved how it kind of starts. Sandor's getting antsy. He's fucking with them. He's
waking up in the morning. He's like, he just can't sit still.
He can't sit still. He goes over and kicks the captured one, and they all scream.
That was so funny. He's beating up on that one first
because it woke them all up.
Oh, all right. Yeah, gotcha.
That's what I gathered.
There's a funny shot of them all waking up too, like all encrusted with ice and everything.
Oh my God.
Sandor was like leaning on Jon Snow, and he like sort of like sits up straight, and you can see how giant he is compared to Jon.
Yeah, Jon is not.
He's little for a hero, like Dany said.
He's little for a hero.
Maybe Tyrion said that.
So he chucks the rock and goes, "Damn cunt."
Dumb cunt.
Nails that guy right in the head and knocks his jaw off.
I know, and the White Walker just kind of leans back and then like sits back straight up.
Yeah,
and then
no reaction. Hilarious.
I noticed right away that the water had froze back over, but they were all standing, where they had stopped. So they could have just like started walking, and it was the rock that Sandor threw that, showed them that it was solid again.
Yep.
And the guy the White Walker kind of looks at it and then takes a step.
Yeah, dragging his sword like Michael Myers.
Fuck.
Yeah, that always gives me the chills. Like when the music starts up and the sword is just dragging on the ice. That is so freaking cool. I can't. It's beyond words just how freaking awesome that scene is.
Right,
it's
so
like
metal.
You just know it's super metal. You just know that like this is not good. So they all start kind of standing up, and you just know, like, they start drawing their swords, and then other White Walkers start kind of trailing behind the first one.
Get that overhead shot where they're all just enclosing in on that little island. Just
I'm surprised
everywhere.
they didn't, like, rush them.
Well, if they had, then there's a possibility that all that weight would have created another break in the ice.
So does this indicate that they have some type of consciousness?
Well, Patrick was suggesting that they're essentially like a hive mind controlled by the Night King.
Yeah. The way that Bran was skin changing into a whole flock of ravens in the last episode. I think that so there's a story. Apparently George wrote a sci-fi story a while ago where there's a character who pilots a ship, or maybe it's a giant mech or something, but it needs a whole crew of people to operate it. But this one guy, he has like basically the skin changing ability. It's called something else, I think, but he uses a whole bunch of corpses to pilot all the different stations to operate mech. And so there's like this theory based on that the Night King is basically using skin changing to. It's
like warging, operate. But with dead things, basically. You're saying,
yeah, he's
necro warging.
There you go.
Warging Oh, that's a black metal song right there.
Yeah, it is. Totally.
Yeah, so we just get this incredible, another great battle. I mean, we're just coming off Loot Train.
Yup.
Which was a very fiery battle, and now we're back up in the north.
Yeah, so it's that one wight that Sandor knocks his jaw off with a rock. He keeps coming at him. He comes at him, and it's the first one, pissed. Right? He comes out first, and Sandor nails him with the hammer, knocks him off to the left, and then he comes back at him again, and Sandor eventually
he gets back
crushes
up,
him.
And he's like, "God damn it!"
The same fucking wight.
Yeah. I look at that wight whose name is officially Dumb Cunt. I think that's
yeah.
The script. He's sort of like this symbolic like revenant that like represents Sandor's like fuck ups that keeps coming back to like,
haunt him,
fuck with him. Like, yeah, because it's like he's when Sandor like makes that hole with the hammer, like that hole in the ice.
Yep.
That like he almost loses, Tormund almost gets dragged into it. It's by the same exact guy. It's like Dumb Cunt is almost drags Tormund into that hole.
Right. And it's all like, this all starts because Sandor threw that rock and kind of like makes them all realize that it's safe to attack too.
Mm-hmm. And then he also like creates the hole that Tormund almost gets dragged into.
Yep. And he gets Thoros killed. He like freaks out and doesn't react to the bear, and Thoros gets killed because of it.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a little bit. All right. Where are we, Rachel?
We're just kind of like in the battle. It's just starting, and they're starting to kind of encroach, and Beric Dondarrion like lights his sword on fire, and he's stabbing the shit out of him, and
so sick.
It's so badass. And, you know, they're losing some of the what I want to call like not main characters. Like one guy gets
the red shirts.
Yeah. Drug off and eaten. And, you know, it's kind of it's really claustrophobic. Kind of like Battle of the Bastards, because they're surrounded by the enemy. They don't really have a way out. And
very similar.
You know, Jorah has the dragon glass daggers, and he's going at it, and you just see kind of all their different fighting styles. I love that the Hound has the hammer.
Oh yeah, he's wailing on dudes with it.
I think he ends up putting it down and grabs some like a sword or some daggers or something, but
he trades crowd control for DPS.
Yeah, for sure. So, the White Walkers are trying to get their buddy that's stuck up on the hill, and one of them, I think, it's Beric that lights him on fire, and he crawls onto the one that they're trying to bring down to King's Landing. And Jon like rips him off and pounces on him and tries to put the fire out because they don't want that one burning because he's already caught.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of chaos all around. And Tormund gets like knocked out and
his face is all bloody.
Yeah, he kind of gets a little disoriented and he falls to the ground. I love that he's calling for help, and the Hound fucking comes to help him. I was like, yay!
He's like getting dragged into that hole, and they're like coming up out of the water and like grabbing on his legs and pulling him, and he's like as he's getting like dragged into the hole.
I know.
It reminded me
intense.
it reminded me of this scene in The Brave Little Toaster where Blanky is getting eaten by mice and like dragged into like their little underground lair, and he's like, no. And they're like pulling him down.
Help me! Help! They're killing me! Hey, you leave him alone!
Do you remember Brave Little Toaster?
You know what I'm talking about?
I know. I've seen that. It's been so long I don't remember the scene, but I remember being very moved by that film when I saw it.
It's such a good movie, man.
Oh my God, is Tormund... So he's Blanky,
He's
basically.
Blanky, yeah.
He's Blanky.
I remember really feeling those inanimate objects as a child. I forget if it was the director of the episode or if it was D or other D or somebody, but they were like, they said that like they're watching the scene like of Tormund getting dragged to his potential death and just being like, oh no, Tormund's a goner.
Yeah, even though they like wrote it.
Like that it was
so convincing.
Effectively. And like seriously, like it would get me on the edge of my seat, like having rewatched it so many times. Each time would be just like oh shit, Tormund. Like even knowing that
I know.
Like yeah,
super intense.
The way they did that was so well done, and like people complained about it. They like fucked with us. It was like oh they didn't even like kill off the Tormund because he's popular or whatever. Like come on, like. You know, like I don't know.
We still have season 8, you know.
Yeah, you just wait till season 8.
Yeah, got to have some of your heroes around for the final, you know, hurrah.
Yeah, and also like you know, it's like they've earned that moment by unflinchingly killing main characters this whole time.
True.
Like, you really have no idea who's going to survive or not. So the fact that he happens to survive that like doesn't cheapen it at all.
Right, Russian roulette, you survive most of the time.
You have no idea that there's no like plot armor to it where you know that he's going to survive. I mean,
and then like right as things are looking really bad and like the music is all insane and he's like and they're like biting on him, all of a sudden there's like a drum, like a power chord, death metal power chord comes through and Sandor just knocks all the wights off of him and grabs him, and I'm like, yes, admit it, Sandor, you like Tormund. You like him.
Of course they do. They're like the same people.
Yeah, the future best buds.
They're sort of like bonded by that moment, because like at the end of the episode they like give each other this like knowing like nod.
Oh
like
really? I missed that too. I must have been taking notes.
They like nod to each other like, got you, dude.
Yeah,
like you know he's sort of won the Hound over just by being like tenacious and
totally.
And, like,
because right before the Hound saves Tormund, that one guy falls and no one even bats an eye. They're just like,
yep.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
They don't try to save him.
And I also think that it's how they connected over Brienne, you know, that they both like find respect, like they respect this big monster beast woman. And I think that sort of was like, oh, like, you know, Tormund sees it too. Like I respect him.
But also, like, if Tormund had died in this moment, it would have been sort of Sandor's fault for making that hole. And, you know, for you know, alerting dumb cunt to the whole, like, you know, the whole thing would have been his fault. But yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we already lost Thoros because of Sandor, you know? So yeah. And then like Sandor had a chance to save Thoros too, and he's sat there stunned, like unable to attack as he had the opportunity. Sadly. So yeah, definitely a lot of blame to go around for the Hound here in this whole episode, you could say.
Yeah.
It's a wild card.
You know, the Hound was just like not going to have that on his conscience too, with everything else that he's got to live with. He's like,
totally.
Just like, I feel like that sort of kind of cemented their bond even further, just because he was like not his mistakes. Like,
yeah, he's like, I already lost Thoros. I'm not going to lose Tormund as well because of me.
Yeah,
definitely. Oh man. And, so it's right about this time, Jon's like, pull back, you know, fall back, everybody. Back. Yeah. And everything sort of like cuts into slow motion, and you can see how everything is like fucked up. Like Jon and Tormund in like a frantic battle moment turn towards each other with their swords and almost stab each other, luckily realizing that they're friendlies before they attack.
That same move in the Battle of the Bastards.
Yeah. And then the Hound is in distress here, like surrounded by wights, and Beric is swinging his fire sword just constantly, and Jorah is frantic, and you can see like the panic on his face and as he's grimacing.
Well, they know it's over. I mean, there's no way that they're going to survive this. Right. They can go out swinging their swords in bravery, but they're not going to survive this.
It's like sort of like the same emotion of like the slow motion hits right before in the Battle of Bastards when Jon looks up and sees the wall of horses riding towards him, and he's like, "This is it," you know.
Right after the stage diving scene is when the slow motion kicks in. When Jon is like reaches to like grab the guy's hand, but like just misses, and then he's just looking down.
Falls back.
Swallowed into the
Sarlacc pit of wights.
Yeah, and then that's when it all gets like, there's like the lull,
that ethereal slow-mo feel where everybody's just realizing that they're all fucked and preparing to die, and Jon like grabs his sword and just like is watching as the wights are climbing up that cliff where the guy had just fallen off on the side of the outcropping, and they're scrambling up, and it's like World War Z as they're just like piling up on top of each other until they get to the height of that little outcropping, and they're going to climb on, and shit is just going down. And it's right at that moment where
I love that you see Jon duck before you hear or see anything yourself.
Yeah, I think you see like a little bit of a glow or something.
Like a glow.
Yeah, and then Jon just
a faint glow.
Boom, and there's just
and
like,
his girl comes down to save him.
Yeah, and they're just like, the dragon fire is just exploding the ice, and the wights are just like,
so badass.
Just fucking, super metal.
It's so metal.
Yeah, super metal. Just big explosions. And Dany flies over Jon with Drogon.
And all three of when I was a first time viewer, I was like, oh my God, she has all three dragons.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen all three of them, like, just annihilate the enemy.
Well, second time, because we saw them all destroy that one ship in Meereen.
But that's just one ship.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you, but it's just one ship.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're all just like fucking going crazy here. And Dany flies over Jon and Drogon, and she's looking down, and he's looking up at her, and they make eye contact. And it's just like a moment. Yeah. Like, I'm here for you, my love. You know, I'm here to save you. And it's just so crazy. And there's this one shot after one of the dragons just rips over the ice. It cuts to an underwater shot, and you just see all these wights just sinking down.
Floating. Yeah, or sinking, I guess. Cool. Yeah.
And then Drogon lands on the island and sort of like protectively like spans his wings all the way around our heroes. And Jon just runs right over towards Drogon. And Dany looks down at him, and she just like reaches down, like, take my hand. I'm here for you, you know? And he reaches up, but then he realizes that he's still responsible for the rest of these men, you know, and he's not going to jump on the dragon before they do. And he turns to start fighting off wights to clear the area with his Valyrian steel so that the others can load the wight and themselves onto Drogon. And he's
handling wave clear so the rest of his team can handle the objective.
Yeah, exactly.
I just think of this episode in a lot of video game terms.
Totally. So he's fighting them off, and all the other guys are climbing on, and we're seeing in the background, it cuts to the Night King, and he's getting out his javelin as another White Walker pulls it out and calmly hands it to him. And Jon cuts back to Jon, and he's fighting off all these wights, and Sandor drags the white captive up onto Drogon and impales him on one of Drogon's spikes to keep him in place. So cool. And think about this. This is Sandor's first time seeing a dragon. And even though they breathe fire, he doesn't freak out. Good for you, Sandor. He keeps it together and climbs on top of this fire beast. Which I thought
literally fire made flesh.
Yeah, I had to give him credit for that. Staying focused here and overcoming his fear.
I mean, he's lived in castles that are lit by torches, so it's not like he can't it's not like he's reek about it.
He is though. He freaked out at the Battle of the Bastards and quit. I mean, at the Battle of the Blackwater Bay and quit. And then here at this scene, he saw the fire, or like earlier, he saw the fire bear and froze in his tracks and almost got killed.
Yeah, but it's like he's never been able to like be in a place that's like lit by a torch or something. Like,
well, it's not. I mean, it's one thing to have a torch around. It's another to have like a threatening beast, you know, and that's the thing, is that the dragon wasn't threatening Sandor, maybe, you know, that he was on his team.
Wasn't breathing fire
at him. Yeah. So Sandor's climbing up there and does that, and Dany's doing her thing, and all of a sudden we cuts back to the Night King, and he's got the javelin in his hand, and it's like a third person shooter view over his shoulder as we see Viserion soaring in the distance, and the Night King pulls back his arm and gets ready to launch that javelin and just whips it, and that thing just like really, really launches.
Yeah, and it's like it launches into his neck as he's breathing fire, so it sort of explodes because of the fire that's coming out.
Yeah, all the fire like shoots out of the hole in his neck, and it it's like you know those famous pictures of like a plane with its engine on fire, like falling into the ocean in World War II or something like that. It's it's like with a dragon version of that, as his fire is like seeping through the bullet hole, essentially the javelin hole in his neck, and he's like crying in pain and falling towards the ice. And Dany looks up and sees him, and Drogon screams in reaction, and Jon is watching in horror, and Viserion just goes crashing down into the ice and creates like this huge pathway where the ice gets ripped up under his weight, and it finally stops him, and he stops for a second on the ice, and then his weight starts to drag him in, and like that for that brief moment that he's paused there on the ice, you can see his like the last life sort of leave his eyes, and his eyes close, and he starts sinking into the water, and fuck, it never gets any easier to watch this.
No, I hate it. And Dany's face as she like watches her beautiful creature fall from the sky is just like, it's hard for me to even look at her. And
it cuts to this shot where it's panning along each of their reactions, and Sandor is in shock. Tormund, just the look of shock and horror on Tormund's face is just insane.
Jorah looks over at Dany.
Yeah, and as it pans to Dany, Jorah looks over at her, more concerned about her reaction. And I'm thinking, fucking go quick before he grabs another ice javelin, you know? And then it cuts over to Jon, and Jon freaks the fuck
He's
out.
Devastated, and he's going to take it out on a bunch of White Walkers.
Yeah, it's like, without like he has like this connection to the dragons. It's like that it's like deep, and he doesn't seem to like know why, but he probably thinks it's just because they're Dany's dragons and he loves Dany, but he's a Targaryen, you know, this is in his blood.
Okay, check this out. So remember how like when they were back at Dragonstone and Dany was asking Jon, and she's like, so, you know, they're named after my brothers. So you've lost 2 brothers too. Right. Like this scene, basically, this is Rickon and Ramsay all over again.
Oh, man.
This is Rickon this is Viserion not knowing how to zigzag. And this is the Night King just takes him out, and then Jon looks right at him
and charges again.
Completely loses his composure. Yep. You know, he woke the dragon, and he's like ready to freaking like go ballistic on the Night King until like he realizes, that
he's got another spear.
I just completely just played right into his hands by like losing my shit, and like,
while I could have been getting out of there and hopping on the dragon and leaving, I've been attacking, giving him time to reload. Mm-hmm. And he sees him grabbing that spear, and he just turns.
He's like, oh no, leave!
Get out of here!
Heroes do stupid things and get killed.
Yes, and he starts running back towards Dany and gets tackled right through the ice. And as if losing Viserion and seeing him sink into the water wasn't bad enough, Dany's watching her love now, Jon, being tackled and disappearing into the frozen, murky water. And she hesitates for a second before telling Drogon to leave, and she's just watching as the bubbles are coming up as Jon screams as he's sinking. And oh man.
And the fact that you see the bubbles coming out of his mouth as he's going down, like, I mean, anybody who's heard my crappy Rider in the Night episode knows what happens next. But yeah, I mean, it's like if the bubbles are coming out of his mouth, he's still crawling out of that hole like minutes later. Like, it's pretty safe to say that he freaking died
again. I mean, nobody was around him when he got resurrected the first time. Nobody was around now. He could have died and, come back to life this time as well. Who knows?
I know.
Nobody saw it either time. Oh, man. So Drogon sort of freaks out now and starts scrambling off of the little rocky outcropping, and he like steps on the ice and realizes that it's not going to hold. And he's like scrambling for a second as he's trying to flap his wings hard enough to take off. And fuck, it's so intense. He's flying off, and the Night King is launching his second javelin, and it just barely misses.
And this is where Bronn actually saved Drogon's life, if you think about it, because Drogon knows, like, through the experience
of that first projectile. Wow, yeah. Great point. He got hit with that.
That's a great point.
Yeah, he got hit with a giant bolt from the scorpion, and now he's like, oh shit! Like he's familiar with the threat. He knows how to zigzag now. Oh man, fuck.
Love it.
Good call.
Good thing they have the Hound there too, who's like strong enough to grab
Jorah.
Jorah, who like falls off
the fucking dragon's back. Holy fuck, yeah, man, are we lucky that the Hound is there. Yeah, he fucked up and got Thoros killed and started the onslaught that almost got everybody killed, but at least he saves Jorah. Yeah, he saved Tormund and Jorah. Yeah, that was a big moment. And then Dany, as they're flying off, she's just looking back in absolute horror. Looking down and just...
I think she's trying to see him, but the earth is so scarred, and there's like ice and dirt and water everywhere, and it's hard to even... Like, it took me a minute. I actually paused it to see where was the rock that they were standing on in her image, like what she was looking at. And, it's just impossible to see. I was able to find it, but in regular time, it's really hard to find
in the heat of the moment, and all the chaos. And and so if losing Viserion wasn't bad enough, like, Dany is fucking devastated at the thought of losing Jon also. Like, this is what she was worried about earlier in the episode when she's talking to Tyrion. She's saying heroes make stupid decisions and get killed. And she's talking about Drogo and everything like that. And she brings up this Jon Snow, and it's clear that she's worried about Jon and worried about him getting killed. And this is exactly what she thinks is happening right now. She went up and she managed to save Jorah and to complete the mission. But what she feared the most has seemingly just unfolded right in front of her eyes. And like, only she could survive the Dosh Khaleen being set ablaze or stepping into Drogo's pyre. Could anybody else have possibly survived being dunked into the ice water, sub-zero temperatures north of the wall, and then coming out still soaked in all of his furs and being thrust onto a horse and dealing with the wind chill on the journey back to Eastwatch? Like, is anybody else capable of surviving that? I mean,
no.
It's a miracle that Jon survives here. And so I think that
I just realized because she was like reborn in fire both times, twice. And like when he was stabbed by the Night's Watch, he lay dead, like bleeding out in the snow.
Yeah.
And now he's like beneath like the frozen ice.
Yeah. So, and the other, like at Castle Black, he's basically attached to the wall, which is a giant hunk of ice. Where he was revived. So, like, she's reborn in fire. He's reborn in ice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Twice. Both of them.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So crazy.
So crazy. So she's, like, just torn up as they're flying off. And it made me think of the monologue about heroes and how it seems to have been sadly prophetic in regards to Jon in this situation. And then it cuts to... then the Night King and all the wights, they're all starting to walk away. And we get this shot of Longclaw sitting next to the hole in the ice where Jon fell through. And all of a sudden, there's a glint in Longclaw's eye, and Jon bursts out through the water, gasping, which
completely unintentional, according to the showrunner.
Yeah. It must have been like studio lighting or something that glinted off of Longclaw's eye. Yeah.
Well, the way I look at it is it got covered in like a light coating of frost or snow or something, like maybe from reshooting it, like, and it getting wet and then like refreezing or something. And then when the water comes up and splashes on it, it melts the coating of frost off of it.
Gotcha.
Oh.
I really think that somebody picked that shot out intentionally, at least. But I've seen this mashup on YouTube where it's like showing all of these like parallel scenes throughout Jon's life, like, that show that he's the prince that was promised. And when you play like this scene, mash it up right next to the scene where he's waking up on the table, the way he's lying flat on his back, and in this one, Longclaw is lying flat on his back.
Taking the place of Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost's eyes open up, and in this one, the white wolf pommel's eye opens up,
flickers. Yeah,
and in both scenes, Jon lets out this big. But it's kind of like,
there was no water in his lungs this time, though. He like breathed right away. So we know that he must have had a little bit of air left in his lungs or something, because his lungs didn't fill with water.
Cough up water.
Yeah.
Good point. But I mean, I think it's also sort of an artistic liberty because.
Sure. I mean, how can you have yeah.
When Bran comes back from his coma, the first thing he does is, and then like Jon is resurrected by Mel, and he does the same thing.
It's just like you may not catch it here because it's natural for him also to be gasping coming out of the water. So you may.
Same as right after the loot train battle, and then very next episode, Jaime comes up out of the water and does the same thing.
Totally.
Yeah.
So Jon crawls out, and he's like using the hilt of Longclaw to get a grip on the ice, kind of stabbing it into the ice, and like the way that he was climbing the wall way back in the day with like the ice pick, sort of made me think of that. He's using the sword as like an ice pick to get some purchase
that's
to
true too.
Climb out. So he climbs out, and as the wights are all like lumbering away, some of them start turning around and seeing Jon as he's stumbling off of the edge of the ice lake, and he's like, fuck.
He's so fucked.
Yeah, he's so fucked. He's got to fight a whole army of these fuckers, and he grabs his sword.
Like, freezing, like he can barely like hold his sword up.
Yeah, he's like trying to hold it up, and right at that moment, we see all of a sudden, whack, that flaming torch chain thing that Benjen had when he saved Bran. And Mira
whipping through the air
as he's riding on his horse, just spinning it around. And he's just clocking all these wights with it. So cool. He's swinging that thing around, and the wights are tumbling, and he comes riding up to Jon and dismounts and approaches Jon simultaneously, pulls off his face mask thing that's covering up his face. And Jon's like, what the fuck? Uncle Benjen, like after all this time?
I love, like, that's one of my favorite pieces of acting in the whole series is just when he's just like, Uncle Benjen, like stumbling backwards, like, and he's like a little kid again.
Yeah.
Like, somehow he becomes a child in certain scenes. Just like, it's so endearing. Just the way he goes from being this like warrior, like leader man to being a child.
To this
like,
innocence.
That's so like true to the character.
Definitely. Love it.
There's some people who say that Kit Harington and Emilia Clarke can't act, like, and I'm like, fuck you, because like, look at that scene.
Yeah,
like,
dude, there's some of them. Yeah, they're awesome on this show. Like, I love both of their performances, big time. Very nuanced. It's just that they're so nuanced that some people maybe can't like pick up on the nuances. They think that they're just like doing nothing, but they're just slight things that make such a huge difference. You know?
Totally. Yeah. And there's also this idea of the neutral mask where the main characters sort of shows less emotion because you want him to appeal. You want to be able to sort of insert yourself.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You want to project onto him and feel relatable.
Yeah. And there's also like, the idea that sometimes the character's acting in between aneurysms and nobody knows about it until.
Dude, holy shit! You hear about that?
Yeah, you posted it.
Yeah, for any listeners out there that were unaware, apparently immediately after wrapping season 1, and at some other point, which I didn't get that far in the article, Emilia Clarke suffered an aneurysm in her brain and was hospitalized and nearly died. And it's like a miracle that that she returned to full brain function and was like not completely like had her life ruined by these 2 successive aneurysms that she suffered. I mean, we're lucky to even have, to have retained the Mother of Dragons for this entire series. It's like,
oh, that article was so crazy.
It was horrifying.
I've seen people like posting online like scenes that are just like, in retrospect, she gave this speech like in between, like in the midst of like brain surgery or whatever.
Yeah, she had brain surgery, man. Like, oh my God. You gotta like give her credit for just like how tough she is. Like it's a rigorous shooting, this show. Like they shoot like 200 something days a year. It's like, man, you got to give her a lot of credit for pulling it together and powering through. Like the strength of her character Daenerys is like reflected by Emilia Clarke's strength
her
as a
own
person.
Strength.
Yeah, like that.
My cousin's had brain surgery. She had to shave her head.
Wow.
Oh. Well, luckily, Daenerys has to wear that silver wig. So.
Right.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, good thing that they had a wig already.
Man, that's so
it's so crazy.
Man. Really glad that she's all right.
Yeah, well, she still has one. It's still in there.
Really, like it's something that they haven't surgically addressed yet.
Yeah, she still has like a clot or something in there that they just aren't able to get out.
Jesus, I didn't get that far in the article. That's fucking horrible, man.
Maybe that's why they didn't want to carry it on for 13 seasons. Just they wanted to make sure that they were able to wrap it up.
Oh my God. That's so crazy.
That's a pretty morbid thing to say.
But yeah, Emilia Clarke's probably not listening to this, but obviously as a podcast, we're sending love and strength to Emilia and, sending our thoughts to her and wishing her the best as everything moves forward.
She's my Khaleesi.
Yeah.
Her ability to project feelings of loss over a tennis ball that she's looking at are just really profound.
Totally. So where were we?
We were talking about the acting ability of Emilia and Kit and how some people
totally
act. But I was just talking about how when Jon reacts to Uncle Benjen, just how like amazing that like reaction is when he's just like, Uncle Benjen, like what the fuck? And like
that like sense of shock and surprise and relief and like confusion.
Yeah. I just had to get up on my soapbox when I had the opportunity to just talk about that because I've heard
totally
so many complaints and so many podcasts. Yeah.
So that's my number 1.
Nice. Oh man, what?
Do you guys have anything else you want to add?
Crazy scene.
So much.
Not really. I mean, after that moment, I think it's important to say, like, I mean, yeah. So we get to Benjen, and Benjen sacrifices his life to save Jon here. Like, why the fuck didn't he just jump on the horse with him?
I think because he can't go past the wall.
He still could have gotten close, far enough away so he wouldn't die. What?
Also, he was running like distraction, like that whirling flame thing was a big like, hey, over here, come get me. It's sort of like the road flare for the T-Rex. And like he's just like, like Jon's just like, come with me. And he's just like, there's no time. It's like, there's no time to explain that I'm actually I'm an undead fire, or I guess he's not a fire wight, but yeah. Like I don't want, like I had 2 things to do: save Bran, save you. I'm not interested in living the rest of my life as this corpse with these like black hands that can't go past the wall.
Right. And, well, at the end of this episode, though, or end of next episode, they destroy the wall at Eastwatch. Maybe he could have passed at that point. They pass.
Yeah. Well, he probably didn't know that. what was he gonna do? Like, he was gonna run away from the wights for, like, they were gonna, like, where was he gonna go? Like,
I don't know.
This way, Jon was able to get away while he was running distraction.
It gave his life meaning, that he was able to at least do this.
It gave his death meaning.
Yeah, his death meaning. Yeah. Yeah. I like the distraction theory.
That's how I kind of feel too. Like the wights kind of like crowd around him, and it gives Jon enough time to get away.
Because they're distracted.
And he's served his purpose. I mean, he saved Bran. He saved Jon. He can't go past the wall to his knowledge.
He's a soldier. He knows how to die.
Right. Yeah.
I think just Benjen, he doesn't want to live the rest of his life beyond the wall by himself, like half dead, half alive. There's really no point anymore. He's saved both of his nephews, and I think that's why he doesn't get on the horse.
His mission's done from his point of view. Like he's on borrowed time anyway at this point.
Exactly. He was supposed to die already. So
right. And I feel like Jon's sort of like in the same position. He's kind of like on borrowed time himself. I could see him dying next season, but leaving his progeny behind with Dany. Or something like that.
And then she dies in childbirth.
Yeah. Oh man. But so you guys have watched Walking Dead, right?
I do not watch Walking Dead because it's just too gruesome for me.
Right.
The latest season, for some reason, I don't know.
You haven't watched it? Well, you don't need latest season knowledge for this, but Jon sort of unintentionally like Otis's Benjen here. Like, you remember that scene with Shane back in like season 2 when he gets Otis and they're like running away from the zombies, and Otis is one of the people who is at the farm with Herschel and whatnot, and Shane shoots him in the knee so that the walkers attack him and give Shane time to escape. Basically, that's what happens with Benjen here. He sort of is sacrificed like Otis and distracts the zombies for long enough so Jon can get away.
He's got this big glow stick on a chain that gets all their attention.
Right.
Like, hey, guys, party's over here.
Yeah, just like the T-Rex, like you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
squirrel.
Yeah, squirrel. So it cuts back over to the wall as Jon rides off, and he's watching as Benjen is taken down and just consumed by all these wights. So Jon rides off, and then it cuts back over to East Watch, and we get a shot of the castle, and the camera sort of pans upwards, and we see the big stairway structure and all these little buildings built on. Yeah, it's so cool, right? All these different little buildings on the layers of the ice and everything, and we see the dragon hovering over, like soaring over the top of the wall,
screeching.
Yeah, and I think that this shot of these dragons near the wall here sort of foreshadows the undead dragon in this same place next episode.
For sure.
Which is cool. But Dany's up at the top of the wall in a lookout post, and Jorah's with her, I think, and he's like, it's time to go, Your Grace. And she just can't. She's like, a bit longer. She just can't bear the thought of leaving without Jon. It's too much, If Viserion's dead, she can't leave without Jon. And she's like just a little bit longer, and she's desperately hoping that he's going to show up. And finally she's like, defeated, she sort of turns and starts to walk away. And it's right at that moment we get one horn blast, which means Rangers returning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Dany turns and we see a lone rider as emerging from the trees as a horse rides out into the clearing. And I like how there's that whole clearing north of the wall. You sort of get information about why there's a gap between the trees and the wall in the books. The Night's Watch is tasked with keeping the trees like a quarter mile away from the wall or something, like a few hundred yards away, so that the wildlings don't have cover to approach the wall, hiding underneath the trees. They like clear it to make sure that there's a nice clear area so they can see enemies approaching theoretically. So they see this one horse, and Dany's looking down from the outpost, and she knows it's Jon, like it's gotta be Jon, right?
Well, and he's like hunched over that horse.
Yeah, he's
he's
just
not
like
even like
collapsed on
standing.
it. Just like the way he returns to Castle Black after Ygritte shoots him 3 times with arrows, right? Slumped over the horse.
Yeah, that's so true.
He just can't make it back to the wall and fully intact. And he's like, so it cuts to the boat now. We see a shot of the boat and then it cuts to the cabin. And Davos is like trying to take off Jon's frozen clothing, which is just like, it's like armor in itself at this point.
Yeah, they're like ripping it off of him and it's super stiff.
Yeah,
and this is
it's
where
like cracking and bending. And
this is where we get Dany is watching.
Yeah, and she's just like so obsessed with making sure that Jon is okay. And she's like just so worried that I don't think she leaves his side until he wakes up.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I think she feels a sense, like her dragon dying aside, I think she feels a sense of guilt in a way for not believing him in the first place and wasting time.
Right.
Like,
yeah, definitely. That's a good point.
I think she's just seen the army of the dead. She's just seen the Night King kill one of her children or her dragons. Mm-hmm. She sees Jon Snow fall into a frozen lake or inlet, whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
And somehow finds a fucking horse.
Yeah,
okay?
somehow.
Let's
miracle
throw that in there.
number 2.
Okay, like they don't know who Cold Hands is, and he comes riding in on a horse.
Neither do D&D.
He's like stripped, butt naked in front of her, and has a stab wound in his heart and like 5 other stab wounds in his gut. And she's just like, what on earth?
She's like, this is impossible. This is impossible.
She is feeling now
the way that
what
everybody
people
else
felt when they like watch her come out of the flames.
Yes. She's in that position now, just in awe of somebody else who's survived a miracle. Like, yeah, that's so cool. She's in the footsteps, in the shoes of like the way Dario was or the way Jorah was when she stepped out of the fire. That's so fucking cool.
Wow.
It's her turn now.
It's her turn to feel what it feels like to watch something that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
All simultaneously admiring somebody's making.
Oh my God, I just fell out of my chair.
Why?
I was leaning back in it and it's just kind of slipped out from underneath me.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
That's funny.
Oh, damn.
Man. So, yeah.
There's another blip for you, Duncan.
Yes. Perfect. So she's just like realizing in this moment that he's special like her, that he's surviving against impossible odds. Just like she survived the fire, he survived the ice. Both of them twice, like this is fucking huge.
What I find kind of interesting though is Dany never dies. She like comes out of the flames like unburnt, but she's never died. Jon has actually died and come back. And I feel like there's that like juxtaposition there again. Like they're very similar, but they're very different. It's kind of like yin and yang.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. One's alive, one's dead. One's blonde, one's got black hair. One survives fire, one survives ice. Yeah, total opposites.
Yeah.
So fucking cool.
Opposites attract.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So anybody else have anything to add about the big battle and Dany seeing Jon survive, or should we move on to notes? Or wait, is it my number 1?
It's your number 1.
I do have something to say.
All right, what do you got?
I just want to just throw out there that the dragons showing up, Benjen showing up, these are not examples of Deus Ex Machina, because there's precedent for them within.
Oh, they didn't just show up out of nowhere.
Yeah, they did. It's not like, and then God showed up and rescued them. Like there's already like
Benjen's been out there since season 1.
Yeah, and he's like said that like, no, Bran, I can't come with you because I can't go past the wall. But doesn't he say something about like I've got shit to do or something?
He said he'll keep doing what he can.
Okay.
He's like, I'll do what I can, for as long as I can.
So since we're in agreement on that, we can move on.
All right. So my number 1 was actually Sandor and Tormund meeting and connecting over Brienne.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. So let's move on to notes. We talked about this first scene with the map table. We didn't talk about some of these interactions with people in the first scene here.
Oh.
First of all, we have Jon and Gendry talking and talking about
being
the
stripped
north,
naked and tied to a bed.
Before that, though, we get another joke about like the relative nature of north and south. Jon's like to Gendry, "You haven't been north before?" And he's like, "I've never seen snow before." And like, damn, that's funny. And of course, Tormund's like, "Yeah, it smells like pig shit down south." And Jon's like, "You've never been down south." And he's like, "I've been to Winterfell." And there's that whole joke coming back again about like how the Northerners are Southerners to the people from beyond the wall, hearkening back to season 1.
It's the real North.
Yeah, the real North. And then it's Tormund's turn to make Gendry like exceedingly uncomfortable.
There's not a living woman within 100 miles from here.
Yeah, he's like, Gendry's like, "How do you keep your balls from freezing off up here?" And he's like, "Well, you got to keep moving. Fighting's good, walking's good, but fucking is the best." Yeah, that's when Jon says, "There's not another living woman around for 100 miles. And Tormund's like, "We have to make do with what we've got." And like looks at Gendry.
Gendry's like, "Oh my God.
You fresh fish, you soft boy." And Gendry's like, "I'm gonna like go somewhere else." And he kind of like breaks away from the group and meets up with some other people.
Like, that's the perfect device to get Gendry to actually like go and talk to the Brotherhood without banners.
Right.
Because like
that's more comfortable than being raped by Tormund. Confronting the people who sold him. Oh my
getting
God.
sexually abused by gingers. Always.
Oh damn!
I love what Tormund says too. He's like, "This one is maybe not so smart." He's like, "We're just fucking with him." And we learned that Davos says he's a strong fighter, though, and that's more important than being smart. But how does Davos know he's a strong fighter? He's seen him like take out 2 guys that weren't even fighting back, sneak attacking.
We're watching, but like to Davos, that's like strong fighting.
True, because he's kind of sucks at fighting himself, right?
Yeah, he's not a fighter.
Yeah.
And it's also sort of like, it's so like poignant because he's like Robert Baratheon's kid, and Robert doesn't even know that he didn't kill Rhaegar at the Trident. And I like to inject my tinfoil into everything.
Wait, what?
Robert's kind of like, he doesn't know that he's being cuckolded, and he doesn't know that he never killed Rhaegar at the Trident.
Oh, because Rhaegar like had a glamour on a double or something?
Yeah, maybe, or else he did kill him, but died on purpose.
I love all the Greek mythology or Greek history parallels there with like we talked about it on a different episode, but with like all the Trojan War stuff.
Yeah,
I can't remember the names right now.
Patroclus.
Patroclus and Patroclus. Yeah, exactly. The guy who wore Achilles' armor. And fought. There's all kinds of parallels which are really cool. We'll get into that another time. We don't have time for that right
now. But just basically, Robert's not that smart, and Leo. I think Lyanna kind of got tired of this big oafish dumbass, and
probably. I mean, they didn't really spend that much time together. I don't think they were just kind of betrothed, but never really around each other. They had met. But Robert was in the Eyrie with Ned, forever. So they weren't like around Lyanna or anything.
I just think, people that ship Gendry with Arya, like, by the time they meet up again, she's going to be like, "Yeah, this guy's not that smart." Like, now that she's older. And,
That's funny. We're like, I thought he was so cool when we first met, but he's kind of a dumbass. This guy is maybe not so smart. like Tormund just said. So that's when we get that conversation about Mance Rayder and how Jon has spent too much time around the free folk now, and he doesn't like the idea of kneeling. And I thought this was interesting because Tormund is advocating kneeling here. Basically, how many of Mance's people died because Mance didn't kneel? He's telling telling Jon to kneel, which is very,
bend the knee, dude.
Yeah, but it's like, he's really got to, if like even the wildlings who never kneel are telling you like, you got to kneel, man. Like, you got to kneel, right?
There's subtext to that, because it's sort of like he's saying, oh, you've spent so much time around the free folk that you don't like kneeling now. But it's like, well, now you've been to Winterfell and you've seen all this other shit.
Now you want to kneel because you've been around Southerners.
Yeah, you've been in the Southern realm long enough that you saw
the perks of kneeling.
Was Tormund in the King of the North scene for Jon?
I don't know, but I really hope so.
I can't remember.
I believe he was.
Yeah. I think he was too. Okay.
Yeah, he must have been, because it was after the Battle of Battle of the Bastards, and he was there for that whole thing. So yeah, he was there, definitely.
Yeah, so I think
that was before he sent them. He said, "We'll become the Night's Watch now."
That's right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't this. That's right. Yep, he was there. 100%. He was there. Now that I'm remembering it,
totally.
It's probably inspired by Lyanna Mormont, like with her her fierce loyalty and
definitely.
I don't care if he's a bastard. He's my king until my last day.
To my last day.
It's like he fought for us and he showed, and seeing all the merits to this whole loyalty and fealty thing, that northern fealty is a lot better than the whole the King's Landing version of it. But
right.
Sort of like the blood of the Northmen runs through, or the blood of the First Men, rather runs through all of their veins. So I think, it really, it's just a matter of which side of the wall you ended up on. And they have their own
they're all related, basically. They all have the same type of mentality. It just plays out in different ways.
Yeah, because Winterfell started as a ring fort back in a long time ago. So it was basically just started off as just tribal, with chieftains, and that's basically what they have north of the wall.
Anyway. Yeah. So we get Gendry then, who gets to confront Thoros and the Brotherhood, and Thoros is like, "You still mad at us, boy?" He's like, "You sold me to a witch. Yeah, I'm still fucking mad at you." And
even though she stripped me naked and sat on me and then put a leech on my dick.
I like Thoros though. He's like, she's a priestess, but yeah, I'll admit it's a subtle distinction between witch and priestess when it comes to the Lord of Light. Hilarious.
What is the difference?
Yeah, exactly. So he's all pissed off, and like you're saying, he's talking about how the Red Woman stripped him down and did all this stuff to him, and Sandor's sounds all right to me. Was she naked too? So funny.
He's like, "Oh, did she get you naked?
Yeah.
Did she
poor
shove
boy.
Your face into a fire? Are you gonna cry?"
She tied you to a bed and sat on your dick. It sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, exactly. And sounds pretty good. And he's like, "She put leeches on me." And Thoros is like, "She needed your blood." And he's like, "Yes, thank you. I know that."
He's like, "Put leeches on me. Was she naked too?" He sounds that makes, okay, the leeches, I can get into that. It's was she naked too though?
Right.
If leeches is her thing.
Ooh, leeches. They're not going to kill you. And he's like, "She wanted to kill me. They would have killed me if it wasn't for Davos." And he's like, "But they didn't kill you, did they? So what are you whinging about?"
I'm not whinging.
Your lips are moving. You're complaining about something. That's whinging. And
I tell Justin to stop whinging all the time.
Nice. And this is a classic moment too. He looks over at Beric and he's like, "This one's been killed 6 times. You don't hear him bitching about it."
Well, yeah, that is kind of true, but
yeah. He gets brought back, so he doesn't really have to worry about it.
Oh yeah, I don't know. There's sort of 2 different kind of conversations that could be had about this. It's do you have the right to complain when other people have had it worse, or or on the other hand, this is sort of the some people could see this as toxic masculinity, and other people just see this as masculinity. You're still alive. Just
right.
Just shut up about
it. You lived another
that.
day.
Yeah,
it's so funny. So Gendry's kind of like, oh, like, what do I say to that? You know, like, he's right. Beric's died 6 times and he's not whining. And he kind of like hangs back with Thoros for a second, and Thoros hands him his flask of wine, his wineskin, and he takes a giant gulp out of it. And I love Thoros. Good lad. Kind of taps him on the back. Like, we're going to make a man out of you yet, boy.
Yeah, I remember when Gendry first was with the Brotherhood, that was like the one thing like he wanted to drink, and like it was like really strong shit.
Oh, that's funny.
Didn't he like I forget, didn't he like spit it out or he like choked on it or something? He was like like that was like really strong.
I know Jon did. I'm not sure about Gendry. I don't remember.
Yeah, I really thought Thoros like patted him on the ass like after he gave, and I'm still not certain that he didn't, because you don't really see below the waist. But yeah, he slaps him on the back and then kind of like brushes aside at him, like
tickled his butt hairs.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. So I remember last episode I talked about how like there was like the meta commentary where Gendry's like, I'm ready to go. And it's like the actor being like, he's ready to go. Like, finally, after all these years, he's back on the show right when things are getting good. And so they made him run this episode, like all the way back to Eastwatch. And I feel like making the actor run was like a bit of hazing, like, yeah, we're bringing you back into the fold, but you got to earn it, boy, you know, and like making him do all this stuff. And in this part, when they're all like talking shit to him and like saying he's whining and whinging and everything, this is more of that like hazing to the new actor and the crew, who like they're not going to just let him come back onto the show without making him earn his spot, you know. So I felt like this was more kind of like that meta attitude of like hazing the new guy type thing.
You made me show my bush, and then you just got rid of my character for all these seasons, and then you just had me rowing the whole time. Like,
yeah.
And
exactly.
Also, you know, if I'm right about that whole thing being at Hardhome, that means that all Gendry has done was leave from one port to another for this entire time.
Like, yeah, pretty much. All right, let's move on. Where are we next? We're at Winterfell. Arya goes over the bullseye story, like I talked about,
and then she turns her tune.
Yes, and she starts like saying that now Ned is dead. You know, now father's dead, killed by the Lannisters with your help. To Sansa, and Sansa's like, what?
What? And notice again. Remember my kind of theory. They're out in the open arguing.
Right. But later in the episode, they're arguing behind closed doors in Sansa's chamber.
I noted that as well, and it kind of threw me for a loop.
I know, and Sansa seems like so like shocked learning that Arya was there when Ned got beheaded and stuff. Like,
well, I have a lot to say about that.
All right, we'll get there.
Yeah, so let's
all right,
Let's save it a little bit.
Sounds good. So she's talking about, she brings out the Raven Scroll and starts reading it. And Sansa's like, you don't have to read it. I remember. And she continues reading it anyway. And Sansa's like, they forced me to do it. And Arya's like, yeah, like I was a kid too. I would have let them kill me before I betrayed my family, you know? And it's like, Sansa didn't really betray anybody, first of all.
I think Sansa was so fucking stupid. She had no clue what she was doing back then.
Yeah, but also like she didn't have a choice. There's what could she do? Not do it? Like she's going to die.
Sitting down in front of Varys, Littlefinger, and Cersei.
Yeah, like she didn't have a choice.
And then there's this whole kind of like the conversation again where it's like, oh, Lyanna, you know, what do you think little Lyanna, she's younger than you were then. What do you think she would
what do you think she would think if she found out about the truth?
I was like, oh, damn.
Right.
Are you going to tell her that you were just a child?
Right. Yeah. Oh, man. Sansa's like, they told me it was the only way to save father. And Arya's like, you were stupid enough to believe them. I remember seeing you standing on that platform with Joffrey and Cersei, the pretty dress you were wearing, the fancy way you did your hair as they dragged father to the block. And Sansa like recoils. She like shrinks backwards and she's like, you were there. And I'm wondering at this point, what percentage of this is staged? Are they really fighting? Is Sansa really just finding out that Arya was there? Like, she seems shocked, but then again, they like Bran could have seen them in the scene that they were going to be fighting and been like, listen, like you guys need to sort this out. Like Littlefinger's the enemy. This could all be staged. You know, it's really hard to tell what is staged, what's not, if they're really arguing at this point and they just haven't gotten like teamed up yet or what. Like, I'm not sure.
So to me, in hearkening forward to, I know we'll get there shortly, like the behind the closed doors, I think some of it's real and placate to it.
Right. They like play it up because they know it's believable, possibly.
Because they had tension years before they met. So there are lots of feelings that like, are going to come up.
These are all legitimate arguments that they'd be having. The question is...
And they're legitimate feelings, but I think that they are moving past it, doing it, and becoming closer.
Oh, right. They're like working through it.
The question is, have they already worked it out in private?
They're never going to not like be siblings.
Yo, they've both like... They were both simultaneously learning how to play the lying game by mixing the truth into their lies, by like using the truth as their motivation and just like using that to really sell the lie by basing it on the truth.
Right.
Like, be each in their own way.
Definitely.
That's kind of how I feel. It's like the emotions are real because they're real emotions and these are real arguments and there's real tension between these sisters. There's always been tension between the two of them, but they're doing it out in public. So Littlefinger's little birds or Littlefinger himself can see it.
Right. So my question would be, have they already sorted out these issues behind closed doors and now they're doing it publicly, pretending to lure in Littlefinger?
I would say yes.
Or are they still kind of enemies at this point, and then it's only later that they can combine forces once they talk with Bran, who helps sort everything out?
I'd say that this is actually just really happening.
And it's not till later that they team up?
I have not seen the actual like deleted scene where they talk to Bran, but from like what I understand, that happens after this episode.
Right. So it may not be until that deleted scene where that scene that wasn't included, where they talk to Bran and really find out like the truth of everything and all team up together. I don't know. It's all up in the air, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, either way it works. I think it's kind of like the viewer is the final collaborator. So it's like you can decide which makes more
we have
sense.
to sort of like make up our own minds about it, I guess.
Yeah.
So Arya's like, I was standing there in the crowd near Baelor's statue when it happened. And Sansa's like, well, yeah. And what did you do? Did you come running to the rescue? Did you fight off the Lannisters and save father? And Arya's like, I wanted to. And she's like, but you didn't. Just like me. Yeah. And I thought that was a really important line. Like where if this was like a real fight, like Arya would listen, you know, at least like that would be an important line to listen to. But she's like, she continues ranting and everything, and they're arguing. And like you said, this is all just out in the open.
Well, I just think that there's so much emotion, so much pent up emotion there. And like just Arya remembering seeing Sansa there looking all pretty with her hair done up just like Cersei's next to her beloved Joffrey and the way she perceived it. And like, it's sort of like, you know, it was a traumatic experience that's just replaying in her head the way she perceived it. She can't really like listen. Like she just can't be that receptive because it's more like she's got to like.
She's overcome by the emotion at the moment and she's not thinking logically.
Yeah, she's got to like vent her frustration and sort of, yeah.
So Sansa's talking about how they're different experiences, and Sansa's like, well, you were off training, like I suffered things that you could never imagine, things you never would have survived. And they're sort of going back and forth at each other. And eventually Sansa's like, where did you get that letter? Like, where'd you get the raven? What are you going to do with it? And Arya deduces that she's scared of that the Northern Lords will read it. And when Arya figures that out and says it, Sansa looks legit, like terrified. And so this makes me think that like, you know, our theorization of whether or not this is staged, this makes me kind of question it because
that it's maybe not, or maybe at least this part of it isn't staged.
Yeah, because I mean, Sansa, if she's concerned about the Northern Lords reading this, she wouldn't want Sansa out in the open reading this out loud. Like if they're saying things on purpose out loud to lure in Littlefinger, this is not the type of thing that Sansa would want to be said out loud. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like reading the contents of this letter. Like that's not stuff that she would want little birds or anybody else overhearing, like especially not if it could get back to the Northern Lords. So that makes me think that this part is not staged, that this is like a real fight that's happening. And it's not until next episode when they speak with Bran behind the scenes that they sort of like put aside their differences or realize that they're misunderstanding each other. Because I mean, it might take Bran going to Arya and being like, listen, I saw it. They made Sansa write the letter. She had nothing to do with any of this. She tried to make Joffrey not kill Ned. You know, it may take Bran, the all-seeing eye, to you know, help them understand each other. Yeah, exactly.
You can find so many deleted scenes from all the past seasons on YouTube, but you just can't find this one. You know that like
was really... this? Did they shoot it? Like I know I heard that the scene existed, but I wasn't sure if it was just in like something that was in the script that they never shot, or if they actually shot it, or I don't remember at this point.
Pretty sure it's in the Blu-ray.
Nice.
They kept it off of YouTube.
Interesting.
I mean, I haven't looked in a few months, so maybe it's there now, but it would really like clear up a lot.
Yeah. So moving on, Sansa's like, you're angry. Sometimes anger makes people do unfortunate things. And Arya comes back at her. Sometimes fear makes them do unfortunate things. I'll go with anger.
Oh my God. I loved it. It was so perfect.
So epic. Mic drop. And she like walks off and Sansa's just like, this is unreal. Like, so funny.
So like, yeah, when Sansa's like, while you were off training, I was going through things you couldn't even imagine. Arya's just like, all like, I don't know, I can imagine quite a lot.
Right.
She's like standing in front of like butchered meat, and like there's that sort of like that almost like you know, like the Dark Knight like level of visual like symbolism to that. And then
what butchered meat? What?
There's like hanging meat behind Arya.
Oh, all right.
In the scene.
Gotcha.
While she's like, I don't know, I can imagine quite a lot. And she's saying things like, oh, did they hold a knife to your throat? Did they put you on the rack and stretch you till your bones popped? Yeah. Like she's being all like macabre and glib about it. And then like
graphic and shit.
Yeah. And then she's just like, so then she says that, and she's like talking about like, I think you're afraid of the, you know, does this make you afraid? And like,
I'll choose anger over fear.
So I think she's bullying Sansa. Like she knows that Sansa acts out of fear and that she did this whole thing out of fear. And she's just trying to make sure that Sansa knows that she should be more afraid of going against Jon, that, you know, that she's trying to motivate her against betraying Jon or anything like
Interesting.
That. You know, yeah, that's my take on it.
Cool.
And I also think that it's interesting because, like, to Sansa's point, like, anger makes people do stupid things. Like, that's exactly what, you know, she was counting on Jon doing at the Battle of the Bastards, like being angry and doing stupid things. And like Jon did the same thing this episode, even like where the Night King. So I think that's just really, the psychology of that is very interesting.
Definitely. So moving on, next it cuts back to Beyond the Wall, and Jon and Beric are walking together. And I thought this was a really interesting moment because Beric says, you don't much look like him. And he's like, who? Ned, you know? And I'm like, that's because he's not his father. Yeah, your father. Yeah, your father. And I'm like, that's because he's not his father.
I suppose you favor your mother.
And Jon, interesting, right? And then,
which I find kind of funny because Lyanna and Ned are brother and sister.
Right.
So,
but they look kind of different. Like they say that
they do, but they both have dark hair and dark eyes.
But so. Arya specifically is said to look a lot like Lyanna and Jon. If I remember correctly.
That's true. Yeah.
So it makes sense that Jon, being Lyanna's child, would have more of that like Arya Lyanna look to him,
Has Beric in the show seen Catelyn? Oh, wait, no.
No.
That's really stupid because obviously Catelyn's not his mother. So never mind.
Oh, right. Yeah. So, this is that scene where they figure out that, they're trying to figure out the purpose of why the Lord of Light has brought them both back. And they end up deciding that they don't really need to worry about why the Lord of Light brought them back. All they have to worry about is what they're fighting for, which is life. And that death is the enemy, the first enemy and the last. And that we all die and the enemy always wins, but we still need to fight him. And as resurrected fire wights, they may not find much joy while they're here, but at least they can keep others alive and they can defend those people who can't defend themselves. And this is when Jon, says that line that means so much to him from his time at the Night's Watch. I am the shield that guards the realms of men, right? And Beric says, maybe we don't need to understand any more than that. Maybe that's enough. And Jon agrees. I like that moment.
Beric is such a Jedi.
Yeah. And then it cuts to Sandor, who sees that mountain like an arrowhead in the distance. And he's like, that's it. That's what I saw in the fire. And that mountain is huge and way taller than all the surrounding peaks. And it has those horizontal striations, those lines, like layers. It almost looks like the layers of the wall, or it looks like steps to a pyramid. It looks just like Mount Kailash, which I've talked about on previous podcasts. It's like it's the home of Shiva, who's said to live at the top of Mount Kailash, and
that's so freaking crazy.
Yeah, oh, wow. It looks just like that, man. It's got like pyramid steps. It's covered in snow. It has been for millennia. No human has ever climbed Mount Kailash. It's pretty crazy. So I think this is like the equivalent of Mount Kailash for Westeros. And Sandor's like, we're getting close.
Well, it's also clearly a volcano.
How do you know?
Well, because it looks like a volcano.
How can you tell? I mean, what are the distinguishing features of a volcano that you're picking out on this?
It looks like a cone, and it destroyed Hardhome.
But if it was a volcano, wouldn't the top be blown off of it? Like Pompeii, like a Vesuvius or St. Helens or something? There's no like big open chasm at the top of it.
Oh, because the lava came out of tubes from the hissing caves that are on the cliffs next to Hardhome.
So it could be one like volcanic mountain in an area that's volcanically active that maybe just hasn't blown its top yet.
I mean, okay, so look at all the continuity that they sacrificed to start filming the North of the Wall scenes in Iceland in season 2. And
what continuity? I don't know what you mean.
Okay, first of all, the Icelandic ponies that we know about
But how are they sacrificing continuity?
Because they go from like in one episode they're riding horses, and then they're on Icelandic ponies in the next one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Rachel notices that type of stuff. I'm not good with the horses.
I know it's in the scene where like Jeor is like commanding Rask to keep like Sam alive. There's like, it goes from like one shot where like it's all overcast and like the lake is all like covered in ice, and then in like the next shot the lake, it's sunny and the lake is completely like clear.
Whoa.
And then like goes back again to like the lake being like covered in ice.
So why are you saying that this is important? Because why was it important enough to for the to include the continuity errors?
Because because Iceland is volcanic and covered in ice, and I think that it's important to have volcanic, icy terrain north of the wall.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting.
And also other reasons too.
So
because Hardhome, the doom of Hardhome and the doom of Valyria, the descriptions of them are so similar. The descriptions of like the flames that rose up so high that so high and so hot that dragons burned out of the sky.
Yeah, the 14 flames of Valyria.
And then like so high and bright that the watchers on the wall thought the sun was rising to the north. And like the Valyria was the most developed like city in the world in its area, and Hardhome is sort of like, the
only developed city north of the Wall.
North of the Wall.
I think it's a volcano. I think the White Walkers came out of that volcano the same way the Valyrians came out of the 7 or the 14 flames or whatever.
Oh, all right. So that's the point of it, is that the White Walkers came out of the volcano, but we saw how the White Walkers were made.
Yeah, well, we saw how the Night King was made.
Right, and he makes the White Walkers.
Yeah, and well, I don't know that they necessarily. I mean, I think he was probably
he did make that White Walker baby inside of what looked like a hollowed out volcano.
Yeah, and I think even like where did they go after when the long night was over? I think they went underground.
Yeah, it's possible. Who knows? Hibernated for a while or something, hiding in the volcanoes.
Why was it all like, this, why was the weather nice for so long? I have a new like tinfoil hypothesis.
Cool.
I mean, the blade shattered twice. That sounds, it just shattered like it was brittle. It kind of sounds like obsidian, like dragon glass.
There's some good theories that that dragon steel or maybe even Valyrian steel are made by combining steel with dragon glass.
Yeah, but so my tinfoil here is now that, like, what if the weapon he created was Nissa Nissa? What if he inserted dragon glass into her chest and made Night's Queen, and then she became like the way to balance nature, that she could communicate with the White Walkers and make a pact between them where, you keep giving me sons, and then we'll live in harmony and we won't come down to...
Interesting. So the children of the forest created the White Walkers, and then the last hero like sort of created his own White Walker. By thrusting the dragon glass sword into the heart of his wife and turned her basically, and she is like sort of the weapon, the bridge between the two that forges the peace.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And then there's sort of like this relationship there to Beowulf and Grendel's mother, and how they like, she has a pact,
right?
Where like,
that's cool. I love Beowulf, man. I am Beowulf.
Yeah, that CG movie that came out
so good
not long ago. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah. All right. So moving on to next, we're in Dragonstone with Dany and Tyrion. And Dany's like, what I like about you, Tyrion? And he's like, I honestly don't. And she's like, you're not a hero. And I think he's slightly offended by this. Yeah.
You know what about you? You're a little bitch.
Yeah.
You're not going to go and get yourself killed because you're just like my little tiny cute guy that just is.
He's like, I've been heroic on occasion. I once charged through the mudgate of King's Landing. She's like, no. I don't want you to be a hero. Heroes do stupid things and they die. And she's worried about Jon.
And he's like, oh, damn, now I've got to go do some stupid things to show her how badass I am.
Yeah. It's funny how he's like, it's interesting that these heroes that you name, you've mentioned Jorah, Drogo, Dario, even this Jon Snow, all men who have fallen in love with you. And Dany's like, Jon Snow's not in love with me. And I love Tyrion's response.
Are you blind?
Yeah. Oh, my mistake. I suppose he stares at you longingly because he's hopeful for a successful military alliance. And I'm like laughing, and she's like, she knows it's true. But she kind of insults him here again unintentionally. He's too little for me. And I mean, she's like, oh, I didn't mean like that.
I know you're brave.
Not a very good recovery.
I wouldn't have chosen a coward as my hand.
Yeah.
So if all goes well, I'll finally get to meet your sister.
From everything you've told me about her, she'd rather murder me than speak with her.
Oh, she'd torture you first.
In some horrible way. Then she'd murder you. So funny. And they bait us here into feeling confident and secure with our dragons. Nobody trusts my sister less than I do, believe me. But if we go to the capital, we'll go with 2 armies. We'll go with 3 dragons. And I'm like, no, they're going to kill one later this episode. This very episode.
So sad.
Baiting us into feeling comfortable with 3 dragons. So fucked up.
Yeah. When I first saw this, I was like anticipating this huge like showdown between... Like, I was like, okay, Dany has a hot temper and Cersei is so good at like,
provoking like, people.
Yeah, just saying barbed like comments. And I really thought there was going to be this awesome like exchange between them where she just like says these things to just get under her skin and
drive Dany crazy.
Yeah.
Tyrion brings that up too here, and he's super slick about it. He says he promised me, talking about Jaime, he promised me he'd keep a grip on the Lannister forces so we're not in danger when we go to King's Landing. And I promised him I'd keep you from doing anything impulsive. And she's like, impulsive?
Impulsive?
And he's super slick. He's like, this is going to be a difficult negotiation. My sister is likely to say some provocative things. And
you've been known to lose your temper.
Yeah, so funny.
Yeah, but that's interesting because it's like, oh yeah, she has been known to lose her temper, but does she ever really show impulsiveness? Like she's always kind of calculated about it.
Yeah, definitely.
I think what he's alluding to is her nature is to get impulsive, but she keeps it in check because of the people that she's surrounded herself with.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
Like, because she's like, I'm going to go into King's Landing and fuck some shit up. And everyone's like, no, don't do that.
Right.
And then she's like, oh, okay, you're right. But if there was nobody there to keep her in check, she absolutely would act impulsively.
Definitely.
Yeah, but it's still like there's a calculated way that she like, the way she like kills the all the cows and everything. It's like she plans it out beforehand, and then like she's sort of like when she has her like Dracarys moments, it's like she's already like thought about it, like in the same
typically
way the same way her half sister Cersei is with her. Like, there's this merciless, like, fiery, like, menace to it, but it's still thought out. And I guess, Cersei is sort of impulsive too.
Generally speaking, it's thought out. But if you want to talk about impulsive, she does something pretty impulsive in this very episode. She decides to fly north to try to save the Eastwatch 7. And that's super impulsive. Just hops on a dragon and flies north, and Tyrion's like, God damn it! I was just talking to you about being impulsive.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's sort of like, I guess in this way, well, you could look at it as like Varys is like the hero. Well, I mean, like because Varys manipulated Tyrion into having this conversation that drives the wedge between them, where they start so remember in a few episodes ago when like Tyrion is standing in front of the fireplace and he starts talking sense into her and she starts walking towards the fire and standing in front of it when he's like convinces her to let Jon mine the dragon glass. Like in this scene, they're sitting in front of the fireplace, and then as they start to have like their disagreements, she walks away from the fire toward the window.
Interesting.
And I get that symbolism there.
So they're talking about the things, and she's defending burning the Tarleys, saying that was not impulsive, like it was calculated, like you were saying. And Tyrion is still working her, trying to get her to just like, come around to his way of seeing stuff. But he still believes in her at this point. He's like, with the world you want to build, I believe in it and we can do it, but it's not going to happen all at once. Maybe not even in a single lifetime. And this is where he starts bringing up the idea of succession. And he's like, how do we ensure that your vision endures? Like if something happens to you, and she's like, you want to know who sits on the Iron Throne after I'm dead? That's what you're talking about. And he's like, you say you can't have children. So that's another important moment, bringing up children in this episode, where we get the idea of Jon and children. We get Tyrion bringing up Dany and children, like these two like secondary figures telling these main characters things about children, and then later they were talking about children together in the boat. So this is just like important.
They are so having a baby.
Yeah, definitely.
So heavily foreshadowed.
Yeah. And so Tyrion's talking about how the Night's Watch has a method of choosing successors. The Ironborn have another method, although it's flawed. And Dany just keeps repeating, "We'll discuss the succession after I wear the crown." You know, he's like, "Listen, I saw hundreds of arrows flying towards you when you were fighting on the Blackwater Rush. I saw hundreds of arrows miss, but any one of them could have found your heart and ended your..." And she cuts him off. "You've been thinking about my death quite a bit, haven't you?" She's quite short with him a lot lately. This wedge, like you mentioned, Patrick, is definitely forming between them, and I'm really worried that Tyrion may turn.
It's because of Varys, and like, you know,
planting the seeds of doubt in Tyrion. There was a number of people. First, it was the Tarleys. Then, like, talking to Tyrion, and like all throughout that episode, people were just like telling Tyrion, like talking shit about Dany to him. Basically, it was making me nervous. Just like people are talking shit about Cersei to Jaime, and they're both like, Jaime's turning on Cersei, and Tyrion seems to be like forming distance from Dany, kind of, and it's a mess.
But it's all like, okay, like, well, she stopped listening to him because of like his plans that didn't go properly, and then like he's like shoehorning this whole idea of like, you really shouldn't be burning the Tarleys because like this guy, this eunuch I'm friends with, was getting all like upset about it, how like much it was like the Mad King and all this stuff. Like, basically, all of his plans are going to shit because of Varys, and he's like, Varys is like pressures him into having this awkward conversation about you shouldn't be burning the Tarleys. Like, it's all like, but what I'm basically saying is like, you know, the way like. Does Barristan mention this in the show, or is it just the books where he says that like it was, you know, Varys that drove the wedge between Tywin and the Mad King, and then started putting poison in Aerys' ear and like making him like was constantly pointing out like
maybe that was the books. I don't seem to remember that. I think it was the books.
I don't remember that in the show.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting. Worried about Tyrion. Hopefully he doesn't totally turn on her. That would suck. Really worried about it. So next, we're moving back beyond the wall, and the snow is so thick you can hardly see anything. But in the distance, a bear, a big fucker with blue eyes. Holy fuck, it's a zombie bear.
Zombie bear. Oh my God.
Where it wasn't Dave and Dan like trying to get approval for a zombie bear for fucking 7 years before they finally got approval.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there was supposed to be one at the Fist of the First Men in the books.
Right. Yeah, totally.
Yeah. There was this whole thing because like that's when you start there, like each chapter, like the Bear and the Maiden Fair song like gets brought up. And then like Sam is like, you know, thinking about all the events at the Fist of the First Men and like the zombie bear and all this. And then like somebody's like, should somebody sing a song or something? And like somebody's like, oh, what about the Bear and the Maiden Fair? And Sam's like, no, not that one.
That's funny. Yeah. So this first red shirt starts running back to the crew, running from the bear. And that bear must be really fast because it runs out to the side and just appears out of nowhere and just murks this guy from the side like a velociraptor.
I was like, okay, it was in front of him and now it's like off to the side of him.
Yeah, bears are really fast though. They run like 20 plus miles an hour.
Yeah, that's true.
So it attacks him from the side like a velociraptor. That was funny. And then all of a sudden, our whole crew is back to back with each other and they're forming a circle. And it's just like how the Avengers are all like back to back with each other in New York City when it's being attacked by the aliens, you know, and the camera's spinning around them and they're all back to back.
They do that above that overhead shot of the circle and it like ties in with all of like symbolism and like symbols that we see throughout the series of just like the, you know, the circles and like,
definitely
the circles White Walkers are making and the children and like it just like gets repeated.
Or around Dany when the Misa scene and then, you know,
Jon coming up at the Battle of the Bastards.
Yep. So at this moment, the bear kills that one guy and launches him across, and Beric and Thoros light their blades ablaze simultaneously. And
that
this
was so badass.
So badass. And then this white bear, like this looks so fucking hardcore where you can like see its skeleton and it's like guts and like it's like partially decomposed and everything. It's so sick.
I love how you can see its mouth like through, like you can see like all of its teeth, and it looks like almost like a dinosaur mouth because of just the way it's rotted away.
Yeah, the way its like lips are gone and stuff. So it turns towards Sandor, and just like at the Battle of Blackwater Bay, when Sandor was confronted with fire, he panics and freezes, and he's just about to be eaten by this bear that rushes him, and Thoros knocks him out of the way and jumps between them, and the bear knocks him down on the ground, and
he starts like shaking him around by his sternum.
Yeah, before that though, he's like bench pressing his sword. Thoros is. He's like, holding up the bear's face as the bear's teeth are wrapped around his sword, gnashing at Thoros' face. And there's these amazing shots where you can see like the sword in the bear's mouth and its teeth and its blue eye glowing and the flames are glowing. And
was Thoros like bench pressing his sword in the thing's mouth while the sword was on fire?
Totally.
Wow, man, it's amazing how many times I could watch this and not like fully like
take in everything. Yeah, it's the same thing. Tormund is kind of like bench pressing his sword later when all the wights are trying to press it against his neck too.
Damn.
Yeah, so the bear grabs him, bites him by the torso right in his chest, and starts thrashing him around a little bit. And Sandor has, before this, when he's struggling and bench pressing the sword and the bear's trying to get to him, Sandor is in total shock. He's sitting there like on his butt from falling down from Thoros knocking him over, and he has a chance here. He could have helped save Thoros easily. He had the opportunity. There was like a good 5-6 seconds of struggling where he had the opportunity to just come and cut this fucking bear's head off. And instead, he's frozen, just sitting there. And eventually, Thoros loses the fight, drops the sword. The bear grabs him by the chest and starts thrashing him around. And like eventually, somebody runs up with it looks like a dragon glass dagger and stabs the bear in the back, and it just instantly dies. And it's just lying there, and they drag Thoros away and open up his furs, and he's just leaking blood out of him. And Sandor, knowing it's his fault, he's like, "We need to get him back to East Watch." And Thoros is just like, "Flask, give me the liquor," you know. And he takes a few deep guzzles of that flask and tells Beric, "Do it!" And he lights that sword ablaze and just cauterizes his wounds on his chest with the fire blade.
Sandor turns away. He's like,
"Yeah, he can't watch that shit."
He's like, "Oh god."
Yeah, and Beric's like, "You all right?" He's like, "I just got bit by a dead bear." You did. Funny old life. Yeah. Oh my god. He knows he's gonna die too, like for sure. And they lift him up, and Beric sticks his sword into the snow, thrusts it into the snow to put out that flaming blade, and it just kind of...
I loved that symbolism.
So cool.
Of fire going into ice and having the fire get put out.
Yeah.
I hope that's not a symbol of the end of the show.
Yeah, hopefully not. And also, I mean, I'm worried about another blade going into snow. You know, we've seen enough blades go into Jon Snow already, you know. Don't need any more of that. So next we're with Sansa and Littlefinger. Oh man, and Littlefinger is sowing discontent, trying to divide Sansa and Arya.
I think this is the last time we see the real Littlefinger.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
This is the last time that he remains in character, because I was watching very intently, and I don't think it's the Faceless Man at this point.
Right.
Based off my theory of
everything that he says is very Littlefinger-ish.
It's Littlefinger-ish. He sounds like Littlefinger. He knows too much about the situation. I think this is the last time. I think this is like almost kind of his farewell to Sansa.
Interesting.
Because the next episode, it's not him.
Yeah, maybe. So I thought it was pretty fucking crazy here. Sansa's worried about Arya after their bizarre interactions, and she's confiding in Littlefinger. And Littlefinger basically suggests having Brienne take out Arya.
Do you notice that she's confiding, air quotes in Littlefinger?
Yeah. She's totally like encouraging him to make a move. Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't want to talk to Littlefinger.
Right.
She's doing this on purpose.
It's a setup.
Yeah. It's a total setup. Because the past 3 episodes that we've seen, she's like, get away from me. And now she's like, oh, I really want to have a heart to heart.
Yeah, totally. And so he's like, telling her everything he thinks she wants to hear. The king chose you to rule in his absence, and rule you have wisely, ably. They say that they respect you, talking into her ears about it's like the same thing, like sewing dragon banners in your absence, type thing.
And she was like, dude, they turned their back on Jon when he tried to take Winterfell. Then they named him King in the North, and now he's not here, so they're going to turn on him again. How can you freaking trust people?
Yeah, they're like that. They're like bloody wind veins. Great line. And so she brings up the letter, and she's asking if Littlefinger knows how she would have gotten it, and he lies, right? For all Littlefinger knows, though, Sansa could have, or Arya could have told her, I saw, I know Littlefinger got this letter for you. I know you're planning on destroying this letter with Littlefinger to hide what you did, So
that's true.
Littlefinger goes out on a limb saying he doesn't know.
Birds were listening.
Yeah.
To their station in the courtyard.
True. Yeah. Littlefinger could know exactly what was said. So she says she's worried about Arya, and she's worried that, something's going to go down basically. And so Littlefinger's like, you may have disagreements, but she would never betray her family. And she's like, well, if she thought I was going to betray Jon, she might fucking kill me. Who knows? She's crazy. Right. And this is when he brings up Brienne, and he's like, well, perhaps Lady Brienne can help. She's sworn to protect both of Catelyn Stark's girls, right? Well, what if one was planning to harm another in one way or another? She would be honor bound to intercede, wouldn't she? And I'm like, what is he trying to say here? Is she trying to suggest that Sansa has Brienne kill Arya? Or what? How intercede? How?
Yeah,
I think to kill Arya.
But he just said she's sworn to protect both of the girls.
Well, see, and this is I kind of think this is when Littlefinger saw them fighting in the courtyard, and Brienne has always just been there, to kind of intimidate Littlefinger, and kind of
this is a way that he thinks he could get rid of Brienne.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that
Arya would kill Brienne.
Yeah. Possibly.
Yeah, because it appeared that Arya may have had the upper hand in that battle down, and so that's what I think.
Interesting.
Too.
So yeah,
I agree with you, Ser Patrick.
It's just fucked up that he would be even suggesting this to Sansa. And if Sansa, if it wasn't an act until this point, I think the idea that Littlefinger is putting in her head that she could potentially have Arya killed, I think this flips a switch with her, and just she realizes no, this is not right. This is the wrong path. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that sort of because Littlefinger, he the way he plays it is that he doesn't know what the outcome is going to be, but there's several potential outcomes that work in his favor, and he's sort of playing the odds.
Right.
And he sort of gets his way anyway, because Sansa sends Brienne away at least.
Right. Yeah, and I thought that maybe that was a ploy by Sansa as well, but we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Yeah.
So next we're moving on to Jorah talking to Thoros and getting to ask him about that amazing day.
This made me so sad.
I know. Before Thoros dies, he gets complimented by Jorah, who's talking about that moment of
I thought
glory.
You were the greatest warrior I've ever saw. Nope,
just the most
I'm
drunk.
just the drunkest.
Yeah, he's talking about how the Ironborn thought he was some kind of god, the way he came waving that flaming sword through the breach at Pike. Oh man. And he's asking him, how drunk were you? And he's like, I don't even remember doing that, bro. I was fucking wasted.
And the look of disappointment on Jorah's face is just so tangible. It's oh, okay.
Just never meet
you weren't a hero after all. You were just a drunk.
Right. And I think he's also, there's a mix of disappointment and also just sadness that I think he knows that Thoros is dying and he's like, oh, this sucks, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think he was really that disappointed in the drunkenness because, come on, he knows he's a drunk. He's like, how drunk were you? Like almost laughing about it, you know? So I don't even think he was really necessarily disappointed with Thoros. I think it was more sadness that he was going to, like, he knows he's dying, basically, like a hero of his.
I think he asked, like, how drunk were you? But then I think when Thoros was like, I don't even remember it, then it was just like, there was nothing heroic about him running through the breach at Pike.
Well, just because you're drunk and don't remember it doesn't mean that you weren't super heroic when you were drunk and had the right idea and knew what you were doing when you were drunk.
But I think to Jorah, it was kind of like, I thought you were the bravest man I'd ever seen.
And instead, he's just like...
just realize, like, he was just blacked out drunk is disappointing.
Yeah, it's like not the character that he was hoping for.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel you. So...
It also explains why he was the first one to jump in to save Sandor from the bear, too, because he's the drunkest and just, like, charging blindly in. And
right. That's, too, a good point. The way he charged into the breach, he also charged into the gap in between Sandor and the bear here too.
Yeah.
Oh man. So we've had one follower of the Lord of Light sacrifice himself to save Sandor thus far. I'm saying we're going to get another one next season. Beric is going to either sacrifice himself to save Sandor, or Beric is going to sacrifice himself to revive a dead Sandor.
Possibly.
Calling it.
I'm kind of thinking that Sandor is the new Thoros. Like, he's got mystical R'hllor powers, and maybe he's kind of like the new Red Priest. I'm
thinking he's more of like the new Beric, where he's the one that needs to be, you know, alive. He's going to be brought back for some fighting purpose.
That's true.
Yeah. So then all of a sudden we're with Tormund again, and just like Bronn, he hears it first. He hears something over the crest. And they find this trail of just
clinking.
A few. Yeah. And there's just a few wights with one White Walker marching along this pathway near this little stream. And dude, they got to make a move fast where there's only a few of them. Perfect opportunity, right? And I thought this White Walker kind of looked like Mace Tyrell to me. So I just thought that was kind of funny. And so they ambush the wights and the White Walker, and they're all fighting. And Jon uses Longclaw and kills a second White Walker, putting him in the lead for killing the most White Walkers thus far of any character in the story that we know of. So as the White Walker explodes into glass, into ice, all the necromancy spell is broken, and all of the other wights drop dead except for the one. And so that was interesting. So
that was kind of shocking when I first saw that. I was like,
what just happened? Yeah, totally.
And then it was like kind of an instant connection, like the people that turned them, you know,
right.
If they get the White Walkers that turn them, if they die, then all their little minions die.
Yeah, someone said, oh, maybe he was the one that turned them. And that would make sense why that one survived. Maybe he was turned by somebody else. But this goes against your idea that the wights are completely controlled by the necromancer, because this wight continues to function in the absence of the necromancer here. And if this wight wasn't revived by this necromancer, how come he was with this necromancer's group?
Okay, I could explain. That wight is controlled by the Night King himself. He sends out one wight he controls
to monitor his
in case something happens to them. Like, then they would have no way of knowing what happened.
Oh, that's a good call. Right, the White Walker dies. At least there's one wight surviving to deliver the message back.
And think about this: the Night King can see through that wight's eyes, so they bring him down to King's Landing, and
he can see everything.
Cersei, and he's like, "Yo, that chick is bae. I'm gonna go hit that," and that's why he's going down to King's Landing.
Yeah, he's gonna
make him some Night's Queen.
He's gonna get him a new queen. Yeah, I could see that happening. Actually, that'd be hilarious.
Oh, yeah. He's totally like Tywin. He's got that same Tywin-esque quality, like that cold, just staring, unblinking.
Right.
I think the Night King is Tywin.
she'll be. I'm just saying she'll remind him of her father.
There's my tinfoil for the evening.
Nice. So this is when basically they're like, holy fuck, this is crazy. Also, it's interesting too. We know now that necromancy, like when the necromancer dies, everybody under his spell dies as well. So interestingly, it's not quite the same with fire wights, because when Thoros dies, Beric doesn't die too. So it's not like
he's not being
so
fulfilled.
if you theoretically kill Qyburn, will the mountain die?
I don't know. It depends what kind of necromancy he's using. All right, maybe that'll be the only way they can defeat the mountain is to kill Qyburn. That'd be funny.
Wight.
What? A science wight?
Science wight.
Yeah, so we've got fire wights, ice wights, and science wights.
There you go. I like it.
Yeah. So Jon hears the rumbling of the rest of them all coming, and he's like, fuck, tie that motherfucker's bitch ass up. We got to go. And he tells Gendry, like, you got to go to Eastwatch, get a raven to Daenerys, tell her what's happened. You're the fastest. And I'm like, wait, how does Jon know that Gendry is the fastest? Just
he's the youngest, I think.
So what?
He also got the longest legs.
He doesn't have longer legs than the Hound.
No, but the Hound is old and he's got a limp.
Yeah.
He broke his femur.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Jon's pretty freaking fast. We see him running along in the Battle of the Bastards. I don't know.
He's the hero.
Short and he's got Valyrians. I mean, yeah, he's the only ranger among them.
Right.
I mean, like,
but Gendry doesn't want to give up his hammer, right? But Tormund convinces him, like, you're faster without the hammer. Give it up.
Gotta trade burst damage for mobility, bro.
Yeah, totally. And so he runs off one direction, and they all run off and end up at this ice lake and run towards the middle, and the whole lake is surrounded by the wights and everything, and that one guy is straggling behind, and they tackle him and break the ice, and that starts the chain reaction that cracks the ice under all the wights all around the whole island, basically. And is their momentary saving grace, the death of that one guy saves them for the night, basically.
And I point out that this lake is also surrounded by suspiciously sea-battered looking cliffs.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't notice.
I'm just saying. My friend from Sitka, Alaska, I'm showing him and telling him all my tinfoil, and he's like, I got to admit, that looks exactly like the sea-battered cliffs in Sitka, Alaska. So,
nice.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and those cliffs are not there. Like, if you watch the behind the scenes, they added those cliffs in, so they got to choose what the cliffs looked like. Just saying.
Gotcha. So next morning, we wake up. Thoros is dead. Sandor is saying that, freezing is one of the better ways to die, basically. And he takes Thoros's flask and starts drinking it, which is brutal.
And Jon rips it out of his hand. He's like, we need to burn his body.
We need that hyper flammable stuff that you guys drink.
The rum.
Yeah, that's right.
That was part of the thing was he didn't want to drink the rum earlier because it's too bloody sweet, but now he's drinking.
Oh, right. That's funny. Yeah,
because he's freaked out.
Right. After that,
the Hound can't stop, can't keep himself from scavenging dead bodies.
Right. He's obsessed with it. Boots, flasks, anything he can take. So someone says, talking about, Jon's like, we have to burn his body. And someone's like, we'll all be close behind him unless the Lord of Light is kind enough to send us a bit of fire. And I was like, oh, dude, you don't even know. He's sending Dany with 3 bits of fire.
But also, Beric turns to him. He's like, bruh, have you been paying attention?
Right. He's like, I got fire. But it was I thought it was funny because it was the bigger implications,
that too.
Yeah, the Red Priestesses talking about how Dany is the princess that was promised and all that, and so the chosen one of R'hllor. So R'hllor is in a way bringing them a bit of fire by sending Dany their way too.
Yeah, definitely.
So they're talking about how they could go for the White Walkers, and maybe that way they'll stand a chance because the Whites might die. But Jon points out they can't kill the White Walkers because they need that one White alive,
But so I had a note here. It's if you killed the Night King, then you wouldn't need
then
to
you
bring
wouldn't need him up.
anybody down to King's Landing.
Right. So maybe that's what, because John's like, we need that wight alive, basically. And then Barrick's like, oh, no, we could kill that one because he turned them all. And that's right. So if they did kill the Night King, then they wouldn't need the wight alive.
Yeah.
They just got to make sure they get the Night King.
Like John, it's like John's kind of like, that's a weird sort of logic. Like, oh no, we can't kill him because we need the
right. Yeah,
like,
kill him, and then it'll kill all of them, and you won't need anything.
kind of a maybe like this whole time we've been worried about Dany becoming the Mad Queen. That like none of us have seen that. Like, oh shit, it's really Jon that like takes after Aerys.
Yeah, that'd be funny. So next, Barrick is talking to Jon and he's like, kill him. He turned them all. And he says, you don't understand. The Lord of Light brought you back. He brought me back. No one else, just us. And right at that moment, like I mentioned before, the hound steps up in the background next to Barrick. And I'm like, oh, he's going to be important. And considering he's saying he brought you back, he brought me back, no one else, just us. I'm thinking that this may mean that either, like I said before, Sandor has already been brought back, or that he will be brought back next year, which I'm convinced, like I've been calling it for years, dude. We're going to see Barrick sacrifice himself for Sandor. If there's one thing that I'm like really sure about, it's that. So Barrick is like, why would he bring us back just to watch us freeze to death? And that's a good point. There's a bigger reason that they're here. He didn't bring them back so they would die here. They're going to survive, at least one of these two. Sandor then speaks. He's like, careful, Barrick. You've lost your priest. This is your last life. And I'm thinking to myself, that's right. And he's going to give his last life to save you, Sandor.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, totally.
That's also like, that's why I keep like bringing up like video game references for this episode.
Right. Last life. Game over.
You lost your healer.
Yeah, so Barrick's like, I've been waiting for the end for a long time. Maybe the Lord brought me here to find it. And maybe, but of course the Hound has to say something hilarious. Every Lord I've ever met's been a cunt. Can't see why the Lord of Light should be any different.
Yeah, that's so hilarious. Great. It's just like, the gods are just like to fuck with people too.
Totally. So next we're back at Winterfell, and Maester Wolkan has found Sansa with an invitation to King's Landing from Cersei. And basically Sansa's like,
she's like, Lady Bran, you're going to go because if they want to have another Stark as a prisoner, they can come and take me.
Yeah. She's like, I'm not setting foot in King's Landing while Cersei Lannister is queen. And I'm like, fuck yeah, finally.
Duh.
Like, smart move.
From Sansa's body language, you can tell that there's a duplicitous like reason for why she's sending her too. Like, this is definitely connected to
Littlefinger
conversation.
To Littlefinger's conversation, exactly.
Yeah, I think so Bran's worried about leaving her with Littlefinger, and she sends her away anyway. And I'm like,
she's like, I'm not a child. I'm the Lady of Winterfell.
Yeah, I'm home. This is the safest place for me. So I'm wondering, is she sending Brienne away intentionally to make Littlefinger think that he has more power to maneuver in her absence, to like get him to come out and make a move now that Brienne's gone, like her main protector? That's what
I also think it's to keep Brienne
from interfering with the plans.
From interfering with the plan.
The takedown.
So, well, see, check this out. This is kind of dark, but she's learned from Littlefinger. So the way that Littlefinger sets things up to have different possible outcomes for her benefit,
she's doing the same thing.
Okay. Not to so she doesn't have her around, she doesn't want Littlefinger to try and pit Arya against Brienne, and maybe what you just said about Littlefinger feeling safer to reveal himself, but also in case she needs to scheme against Arya.
Oh, getting Brienne there so Brienne can't protect Arya.
She might potentially be seeing Arya as a threat that she needs to eliminate.
But Brienne is sworn to protect her.
And I haven't really noticed that until this rewatch, especially starting in Battle of the Bastards. There's this darker undercurrent of Sansa that isn't really explicitly, overtly communicated, but it's there if you really look for it.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
Damn. So that's intense.
Yeah.
So Bran's like, at least let me leave Podrick. He's become a competent swordsman. I'm like, really? You were just kicking his ass last episode. Nope. Don't do this. Don't do that.
Still doesn't mean he's not competent.
True, because she's like hyper competent.
Yeah.
And so she's like, I swore an oath to protect you if I abandon you. And Sansa's just like cold as fuck, cuts her off. The trip to King's Landing is long, Lady Brienne, and you won't be traveling on summer roads. The sooner you leave, the better your chances of making it there on time. And I'm just like, damn.
She's channeling her inner Cersei in that moment. The way she delivers that to her, like, and like looking down, like pretending to write something.
Yeah, definitely. So next we move on to Dany and how she's decided to leave and fly up to Beyond the Wall. And Tyrion's trying to talk her out of it. He's like, you can't win if you're dead. The most important person in the world can't fly to the most dangerous place in the world. And she's like, who else can? No one. And he's like, they knew the risk when they left. Like, you can't do this. You can't break the wheel if you're dead. And so she's like, what do you want me to do? Nothing? He's like, sometimes nothing is the hardest thing to do. And this made me think of, it's just like Jon Snow. He had to face this difficult situation when he was up at Castle Black after having joined the Night's Watch. And he knows that Robb is in danger down south. And he leaves Longclaw and rides to help Robb, right? And remember, Lord Commander, like Samwell and Pip and Gren chase him down and force him to come back. And it's the same thing. Like it was the hardest thing to do nothing. But that's what Jon had to do, is just stay up at the wall and do nothing. And that's exactly what Aemon Targaryen had to do also. When his family was being slaughtered during Robert's rebellion, his oath prevented him from doing anything.
It would have been the right thing, because, I mean, it would have been tragic to have Jon and all those people die, but, I really don't think that the Night King could get south of the wall without that dragon. I think that, that was,
right.
The whole, scheme.
That's the crux. He needed that dragon to bust the magic, basically, to counteract the ice magic with the fire magic or something.
Yeah.
Super hardcore.
At the beginning of that scene, notice that the dragons are waking up. They're yawning and shaking their heads.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so
symbolic of the Targaryen waking within Daenerys.
And also the last hero, the prince that was promised, waking dragons from stone.
From Dragonstone. So that could be Jon forcing Dany to leave Dragonstone, waking the dragons. Jon being in danger is what woke Dany, or what woke the dragons from the stone, from Dragonstone.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So, it made me think of those parallels with Jon thinking about riding south, and with Aemon being stuck at the wall. And the only difference here is Dany doesn't have any oaths stopping her, and she knows she needs to save Jon.
She's going to do what she wants to do.
Right. Yeah.
She's my kind of woman.
Yeah. And Tyrion is freaking out. He's like, if you die, we're all lost. Everything, everyone, And she's like, so epic. She's like, you told me to do nothing before, and I listened to you. I'm not doing nothing again.
I love it.
Oh man.
So cool, right? And so next we cut to Arya's chambers, and Sansa is rummaging through her stuff, finding the faces.
Okay, so when Sansa found the faces, did you see the first face she pulled out?
Who was it?
It looked like Samwell.
Ooh, I didn't notice. I noticed the second one was
face she pulls
Walder.
out is Walder Frey. But the first one, I rewound it a couple of times, and it's so hard to tell because it's upside down, but it looks like Sam.
Weird. Well, I don't think she's had any contact with Sam yet or anything. So
I just found it interesting that it was resemblant. It looked like him. It may not have been him, but it had a goatee, and it was kind of chubby, and it had kind of a pointed nose. It looked a lot like him for sure.
Epic. So all of a sudden, as Sansa's looking through the faces, Arya just appears out of nowhere. All of a sudden, she's in the room, and the door is closed.
And I love that they made it a point to, when Sansa was opening the door, they made the sound of the door like louder than normal.
Oh, so it'd stick out that there was no sound when Arya appears?
Like you hear it open and close, and then Arya appears with no sound, and then when Arya leaves, you can hear it open and close.
Interesting. So was she using some type of like cloaking or something? She was in there the whole time. It's so weird.
I don't know. The Arya dinosaur, and just the way that in Jurassic Park, the T-Rex just shows up and kills the raptors, and you never heard him coming.
Right.
Like she can do that.
Totally. So awesome. She's fucking creepy as fuck now, huh? First we had Brannable Lecter last episode. Now we have like
Brannable.
Now we have like Arya Dahmer or something. She's like so creepy. She's like so creepy. What are these? Sansa asks. And she's like, Arya's like, not what you're looking for. And Sansa kind of freaks out and turns and she's like, I have hundreds of men here, all loyal to me. And Arya's like, they're not here now. And the door is closed, like you said. So this threw you for a loop and throws our whole acting thing into question because there's nobody potentially listening. I mean, you know, unless Littlefinger has some sneaky way to like listen in to closed rooms at Winterfell. This is, as far as they know, in private, this conversation is happening. And Sansa keeps asking her questions. And Arya's totally telling the truth. Where did you get them? In Bravos. I was training to be a faceless man. What the fuck does that mean? You know? And Arya's being so creepy. Back in Bravos, before I got my first face, there's this game I used to play. The game of faces. It's simple. You know, I ask a question about yourself and you try to make a lie sound like the truth. And Sansa's like, I'm not playing this fucking game. This is scary. You know, like this is bullshit.
Arya says the same thing to the waif. Like, I don't want to play this game. Shay says the same thing to Tyrion
in the drinking game.
They're playing. Yeah. So
faceless man, faceless Shay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Faceless man, yeah. So she's asking her all these questions about how she feels about Jon being king, and does she think that there's someone else that should rule the North instead of him? And she just keeps like diverting and asking about the faces. And she's like, are you sure you want to be the one asking the questions? The game of faces didn't work out so well for the last person who asked me questions. That was hilarious. The waif.
Now, was that Arya or the waif?
Right. yeah. I'm thinking it's the waif, considering Nymeria's reaction to Arya a few episodes ago.
She doesn't go with her.
Yeah, but she doesn't rip her face off either, which she probably would have if it was not Arya. So she's like, you wanted to be a queen, to sit next to a handsome young king on the Iron Throne. And she's like basically threatening Sansa here. And she's like, neither of us got to be the person we wanted to, did we? But now I can be anyone I want. With the faces, I can choose. I can become someone else, speak in their voice, live in their skin. I can even become you. I wonder what it would feel like to wear those pretty dresses, to be the Lady of Winterfell. All I need to find out is your face. And I'm like, oh shit, that's crazy. But at the same time, we've seen Arya's face on someone else, even though she was still alive. So she may not even need to kill Sansa to wear her face, technically, right?
That was a hallucination, though, because of the
poison.
Or the poison or whatever.
Oh, no, it was wearing a different face that was poisonous that made her go blind, theoretically. So, I
think it was doing it out of like the realm of what the faceless men were about that made her blind. Not necessarily like she took a face from the wall, but she used it inappropriately. Whereas now she's using them appropriately, so she won't go blind.
Gotcha. Yeah, that can make sense.
She's no one. Like Arya has become no one, but she's wearing her own face because she's carrying out Arya's list. Even though she's
interesting. I could see that for sure. So nice. She's like, all I need to find out is your face. And she picks up the dagger and starts walking over to Sansa, and Sansa's like, oh fuck, like what the hell is going on here? And then So I don't mean to interrupt you, Duncan, but going back to what D&D say about like things don't happen necessarily in like sequential order. Yeah.
maybe this was what happened before Sansa talked to Littlefinger.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think that there's probably some involvement with Bran, though, being like, listen, I know you guys are fighting and you need to get over this bullshit and focus on Littlefinger.
Well, I think this may be what the conversation was, and we just didn't see all of it. And then they went to Bran, and then they went up on the Bannerments and like had their argument.
Yeah, but I don't think that they show the scenes out of sequence, though. I think that
things definitely get shown out of sequence for sure.
Well, no, they'll show something that's happening in like Winterfell or whatever, and then show something that happened
2 months ago in King's Landing.
Yeah,
but things spot. Right, but we don't see things out of sequence in location.
In the same location. Okay,
yeah,
fair
that makes
enough.
sense. Yeah.
I can agree with that. That's true.
Yeah, I agree with that too. So she walks over towards Sansa with the dagger, and Sansa's terrified, and then she flips the dagger so the point is facing her and hands it to Sansa, and Sansa grabs it, and she just calmly walks out. And I'm like, what the fuck? And Sansa's like, what the fuck, dude?
What just happened?
Right. What in the fucking fuck just even happened? Totally. Yeah. What the fuck? And I think that maybe at that point, Arya may be revealing to Sansa that she's just fucking with her, that she's just like saying stuff or something. I don't know. Like maybe she's like, this is the game. Like we're playing a game here. Like, I don't know what's going on, but what the fuck?
She gives Sansa the chance to try and stab her in the back too.
Yeah, she does. That's interesting. Yeah.
She's sort of like,
maybe that was what she was doing. That was her test to see if Sansa would like betray Jon by making sure she could betray Jon by killing Arya.
Yeah. And she's like saying, like, she's also making sure that Sansa knows, A, you don't have anything to worry about unless you're gonna like go against Jon. And, because she's like handing her the knife and saying like, I'm not just gonna kill you, but she's also saying, I'm not afraid of you, and like testing her to see if she's, to make sure too afraid to try and stab her, or like, that she's loyal enough to not try.
She's like, listen, like, do you think somebody else would be better to rule instead of Jon? Because if you think that you're better to rule than Jon, like I could disappear you and no one would ever know you're gone. I could just pretend to be you and still have the loyalty of the Vale, still have the loyalty of the Northern Lords. You better be yourself. Like, you better be cool. Otherwise you could just disappear. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
So next, we're back at north of the wall at the dragon chain scene. And
I totally forgot about this.
Yeah, the end of the episode, and the Night King has these giant chains, these 4 massive chains, and these huge lines of men, of wights that have connected the chains to Viserion inside the lake and are dragging him up onto the shore. And oh man, it's so sad to see his limp body being pulled up onto the ice.
I can't even watch, to be honest. It makes me so sad.
I know. And
it looks like they're using practical effects.
I know, it's nuts.
TV.
And the way that they have his jaw like lined up improperly because he's dead, so he's not like making sure that his jaw is lined up straight. His head is kind of settled with his jaw cocked at an awkward angle. Really poignant touch that just made it really hard to look at. Like you're saying,
a dead dragon.
Yeah, it's really
like there's 3 on the planet.
Brutal. Yeah,
and now there's only 2.
Also, the way that they shoot this scene, your eye there's like this misdirection going on where like, the way that all these people complained about, like, where did those chains come from? Like, they show an overhead shot where, like, way off to the side, there's that little dock. And then they show this profile of the dragon being dragged by the chains. Like, and there's, like, this, like, extreme, like, perspective where the dock is right in front of your face going as the dragon goes past it. And all these people, nobody noticed that dock that has those chains on it that looks just like the docks at Hardhome, by the way.
Interesting.
It's right there in front of your face, literally, and all these people missed it. And I just think that is just brilliant.
Hilarious.
Well, there you go.
So where do you think you got the chains? Just from these like
Hardhome.
From Hardhome?
They're at Hardhome, which is the only place that would have had those chains, and it's right there.
Gotcha.
Like the dock is embedded in the ice, and the chains are right there. Like I feel like if you really pay attention, there's no way you can deny that this is Hardhome.
I have confirmed that the chains are there and the dock is there. So yeah, I mean, that makes total sense. The only question I have now is just Hardhome is so much farther north than the run that it would take for Gendry to get back. But so it could be like another port like on the way slightly north of Eastwatch. Yeah. And I mean, like we've talked about, the Night King is connected to the Werewood network. He sees visions. He knew that the dragons were going to be here. He knew he was going to need the chains. Like he's had this planned for thousands of years for all we know. And he's just been waiting to emerge, to build his army, all leading up to this moment where he gets his dragon that enables him to break the magical barrier of the wall and allows him into the Seven Kingdoms. So this is not just like a spur of the moment type thing from my perspective. This is something that the Night King has been working towards for a long time, and he's had a lot of time and, you know, and to prepare and to get these chains there and to have them made and shit like that. So it obviously he's got like armor and stuff like that. He has technological capabilities. Like he could have chains made, you know what I mean?
No, that's against canon. All the armor that they have, they pick up from people that have dropped it there, the Night Watch or wildlings. And that was like a complaint that people had. Like they can't forge metal because they're allergic to fire.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what they've picked up. Because
Gotcha.
if you notice in the earlier
they're naked.
seasons, yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. That's pretty cool. I like that. And in the books, their armor is like, they do have armor and it's totally different. It's like sort of like invisible shielding and like translucent and shit. So
That's
sick.
crazy.
Like what if you look close at the Night King, like what his horns are made of, they have like entire suit armor.
Yeah, totally. So sick. So the only thing that I really have a problem with in this scene, which is like a stupid thing, is the one thing that Neil deGrasse Tyson pointed out about this scene, how when
actually,
God damn you, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, how like the chains would be taut and straight going over the crest of that hill. Huh?
He's wrong. I refute Neil deGrasse Tyson because rewatching it, I'm looking for that. The wights that are like actually like closest to Viserion pulling at the chains, those chains are taut. It's just the ones that are out in front of him, like leading it, those ones that are slack.
Yeah, but unless those wights that are carrying that are pulling on the chains are heavier than that dragon, the chains would be taut from the top of the hill. They wouldn't be taut just from the first wight. Those wights would be lifted up by the tension of the chain from the top of the hill, dragging them backwards. Unless they're all heavier than the weight of that dragon, then they would be floating in the middle of the air in those taut chains.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I refute your refuting.
No, because I refute that. Because that's why the chains are slack, except for the ones that the closest wights are. So I guess the real actual problem is that only the few, like 3 wights are doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah. There you go.
The rest of them are just like pulling.
They just got really pointy boots that give them really good grip on the snow to pull that big old dragon bitch out.
Well, what is dead may never die, but rises harder and stronger. So maybe they're just really strong.
Totally. So interestingly, at Hardhome, we saw the Night King just raise his hands, and all of the dead people, the dead wildlings and Night's Watchmen who didn't survive the battle, raised up from the dead with their glowing blue eyes. But here, it's a little bit different. The Night King decides to give Viserion a more personal touch with this necromancy, and almost in like a respectful way of the glory and majesty of this monstrous beast, he goes up to it and touches it on the snout with his own hand. And after a few seconds, the dragon's eyes open blue. And we've got an undead white dragon that's fucking like power amplified. It seems like its flames are like way stronger after this. Those blue flames.
Can I just say that my 2-year-old son loves dragons, and I showed him this scene. There's very minimal scenes that I will allow him to watch in Game of Thrones, but There's a few, and he got so excited. He looked at me and he goes, "Look, Mommy, the dragon eye is blue."
Nice.
So
it
funny.
Is pretty cool.
I was like, "Yeah, it's blue, buddy. Good job."
So yeah, I just thought that was interesting that he gives more of a personal touch to Viserion, and it took a few seconds for Viserion to wake up. So maybe it was necessary. Maybe it's just like harder to resurrect a dragon, and he needed to touch it, and for a few seconds.
The way I interpret
they touched the babies.
Yeah,
he's not a wight. He's a White Walker.
But we don't see dead people or dead things get turned into White Walkers, though. We only see living things get turned into White Walkers.
Exactly.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
White Walkers are alive. So Viserion, you don't think he was dead? When we see him next time, his wings are all like ripped up and stuff. Next time we see him,
yeah, I have a note about that next time because it's like he was like a fully intact dragon that got turned immediately. So when did he get like holes and shit in his dragon wings? Maybe
it could have been from the impact of the ice when he fell and all that crushed up ice that he smashed up. Maybe it resulted in some few holes in his wings.
Oh, that's true.
But we don't see that when he gets pulled out of the ice here of the water.
He looks intact.
Right. So it seems that there's some degradation that's occurred since the last thing. Maybe he's decomposing.
And we don't know that that you can't create a White Walker from
a dead being. We just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So I'm not ruling it out. I'm just saying that I think it's more likely that Viserion is a wight as opposed to a White Walker. And
if you look at the bear compared to this guy, and you look at the eyes of the White Walkers compared to the wights have pale blue eyes, like a cerulean blue. And the White Walkers have deep, dark, like royal blue eyes.
Yeah, I'll take a closer look at that.
And also, if he's a wight, then shouldn't he like go up in flames when he breathes fire?
Well, his fire has changed, and maybe that's the difference between like now he's a combination of both fire and ice magic. You know what I mean? So I think it's like the combination of the ice and fire magic together, I think sort of like amplified his powers, which makes his projection of the blue flames out of his mouth next episode so overwhelmingly powerful. You know what I mean?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, possibly. Anything else you guys want to add, or is that it for notes for you guys too?
I think it wraps up my notes.
I mean, for the sake of brevity, I can cut it.
All right. Sounds
We've only
good.
been talking about it for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about it for about a year now.
Yeah. All right. Stick with us, guys. We'll be right back after a short break.
I've traveled to a bunch of random places and random countries. But as a Midwestern guy, I recently have been falling in love with what the more rugged parts of America have to offer to all of us before they're gone. TEA MAGE Productions and Powers Media House presents Beautiful America, a musical documentary series with all original content. Explore the Southwest of America and indulge in some places you've heard of and plenty more that you certainly have not. Cooking under the stars and below freezing temps of Death Valley. 4K drone footage of one of the most insane monoliths on Earth. Driving in abandoned mines, cliffs, canyons, and wild times. Check it out. TEA MAGE Productions on Facebook and YouTube. That's TEA MAGE Productions. Beautiful America.
Ravens, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Time for some Ravens.
My fave.
And we're back. Skipping news and Game of Thrones and history again to go straight to Ravens, because this is already a super long episode. So, you hear that?
Wah, 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 wah.
Sir Matthew of House Repp. Jorah, I can't think of a worse way for him to go. The Night's Watch was his life. He would have died to protect every one of those men, and they butchered him. Jon, I hate that he died that way. Here, Jon is being sympathetic to Jorah when deep down he knows firsthand what a horrible betrayal that feels like. Oh, yeah, true. I was so confused the first time I watched this and kept seeing all these random people dying off. I completely missed the fact that they brought a squad of red shirts with them from the wall to help carry the sled. Gendry might be the world's slowest rower, but man, can he run a marathon? Totally.
Damn.
And this is sort of similar to the story of Marathon too, right? Where the man is running to deliver news of the battle at Marathon.
He ran to where he died.
Yeah, basically. Well, there's conflicting stories about the distance and the locations and everything. So depending on who you're listening to, which is funny. Sir Matthew continues. Jon gets his second White Walker kill, and this way we find out that killing the Walker, the wights under its control die too. How lucky that this other wight happened to be with them. I don't think it's luck at all. I think Sir Patrick's right about this. Sending one person
Me too.
Makes sense strategically. Oh shit, there goes the healer. Poor Thoros of Myr. Beric needs to be more careful now that he's ran out of extra lives. First we had Brannable, now Arya is acting like a total psycho. Agreed.
Lady Sarah of House Larkham. I liked this episode. I thought that all the talking between the Eastwatch 7 was a bit boring.
What? No way.
I liked how Tyrion just basically said to Daenerys, we need to think about the succession if basically you get killed on the battlefield. But Daenerys just thinks that Tyrion is being silly and that Tyrion is thinking about himself.
Mm-hmm.
Sansa sends Brienne to King's Landing to represent her because if Sansa goes, she will be captured and tortured by Cersei for Joffrey's death.
Oh, yeah.
Even though Cersei knows that Olenna killed Joffrey.
Right, because she's on the run from King's Landing ever since escaping with Littlefinger.
Yeah.
Wanted.
Brienne says to Sansa, I don't trust Littlefinger with you alone, even though Arya and Sansa are already playing with Littlefinger's mind.
Definitely.
Lord Pete of House Clark, my man. In my opinion, Dany makes up her mind to go after Jon Snow and crew by her own agency and does not wait around for Gendry to send a raven and then make the trip. This is a preemptive argument against rocket ravens or, quote, hollow earthers. Who the hell are you talking about? She just felt that's what she needed to do.
There you go, Dunk.
Yeah, preemptively. I agree. Out of her own agency. She was freaking out, just worried about them, and she was just like, I can't deal with this, and just flew off, basically.
I like it.
But really, I mean, they got there quicker because the opening map is literal and
concave. That we've seen that opening map, like the 3D the 360 camera version that Zuckerberg posted.
Yeah,
which doesn't work for me, so I don't really know how cool it is.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
It's kind of disorienting.
Yeah, it's a bit disorienting.
You have to watch it a few times.
Figure out how to operate the 360 because it's guiding you, and you have to like operate in accordance with it. Otherwise, you're like all over the place. Okay. Sir Cody of House Christian. And this is an episode, an email regarding the last episode, which I just didn't get on time. I'm sorry about that. I overlooked it somehow. Talking about spoils of war. He says, the best episode we've gotten so far. Loot train battle. I'll never forget watching this for the first time and the feeling I got when Drogon roared right after Jaime's "We can hold them off." Dragons on the battlefield for the first time in centuries, and the Dothraki in Westeros for the first time ever. Doesn't get more epic than that. The moment we get a close-up on one of the Lannister soldiers' faces just before he gets burnt alive, followed by the aerial shot of the soldiers attempting to hold the line but avoiding the fire. The Dothraki riding through the flames. So much incredible camera work and CGI. This gives the Battle of the Bastards a run for its gold. So we end with Jaime and Bronn sinking into the water, and the next episode opens with them crawling back onto land. How long were they down there? Clearly long enough for the entire battle to finish and for Dany to round up the last of the Lannister army far enough away to not notice them. I guess they assumed enough dragon CGI excuses. Any slight continuity errors, not mad about it. I guess they assumed enough dragon CGI excuses any slight continuity errors. Not mad about it. Keep up the great work, and always remember, only a fool would meet the Dothraki in an open field.
Nice.
Totally. Thanks so much for writing in, Sir Cody.
We love
great
you
to hear from
guys.
you. Yeah, and thanks everybody for writing in. Always great. All right, that's our show, episode 108. Thanks for listening, everybody.
7 blessings, Ser Patrick, for joining us this evening.
Yeah.
We loved having you on tonight.
Totally.
Oh, really?
Always good to have you, man.
Hope I didn't derail the show too much.
No, not at all.
No.
Said a lot more.
It'll be you made some really, really cool points, man.
Really cool points, for sure.
Always really fun stuff. And a huge thank you to John Bailey, the epic voice guy from the Emmy-nominated Honest Trailers, for announcing our show. If you'd like to donate or subscribe to support us, you can go to paypal.me/GOMPodcast or patreon.com/GOMPodcast to donate an amount of your choosing. There are links to both at gameofmicrophones.com.
Doing some online shopping? Go to gameofmicrophones.com and click on our link to Amazon. As an Amazon associate, we earn from qualifying purchases.
Any contribution you make helps, and you can help secure the continued existence of GOM.
Whoop, whoop. We'd like to thank our patrons, Sir Matthew of House Repp, Lady Lucy of House Roberts, Lady Candace of House Tews, Lady Teri of House Theodore, Lord Jeff of House Allen, Sirenicide, Lord John of House Grilz, Lord Jeremiah of House Carpenter, and Luke, the Low Duke. We love you guys and appreciate your patronage. And another thank you to Lord Bryson of House Wolf for your generous donation. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you guys. We love you so much.
Definitely. And make sure to check out Sirenicide, the serialized horror drama podcast featuring me and Archmaester Stitches. Go to Sirenicide.com and download it wherever you get your podcasts.
We also want to give a huge thanks to Lady Lisa of House Sky, High Romancer. She has been super clutch behind the scenes, working to get our website, gameofmicrophones.com, up and running. She's also an incredibly skilled artist, so check out her amazingly illustrated book, The People You May See, available now on Amazon.com. It's Prime eligible too, and you guys, seriously, I have a 2-year-old. He loves it, right?
Totally.
Go out and buy it.
Yeah.
You can check all of her work out at fineartsbylisa.com. She's also on Instagram and Facebook /fineartsbylisa.
Next ep, we'll be covering the Season 7 finale, The Dragon and the Wolf. Give it a watch and send us your thoughts. We'd love to read them on air.
Fuck yeah. And interestingly about the Dragon and the Wolf, I mean, we'll talk about it next episode, but obviously right off the bat, you hear the Dragon and the Wolf and you think about Daenerys Targaryen and Jon Snow, right? But also...
Yes, we do.
Yeah, but also next episode is the revelation that Jon himself is technically the dragon and the wolf combined as we learn his true heritage of being both a Stark and a Targaryen, right? So it could refer to both of them as a couple as they get together for the first time, bow chicka wow wow, or it could just be referring to Jon, who is both the dragon and the wolf.
Or it could be referring to Ghost, who is actually a dragon living a second life as a wolf because he can warg.
Wait, so which dragon would he be living the second life?
I don't know, one of them.
Viserion is ported into Ghost. That'd be cool.
He could be Balerion. He could be Aerys.
Damn. Big
I don't know.
Balerion the Black Dread. Coolest dragon ever.
There's a part in the books where Ghost actually wargs Jon. You don't see that. You don't see the other wolves doing that. There's a part where Jon gets warged by Ghost. I'm not kidding. He's like thinking, and then like suddenly he's thinking about like tasting like somebody's blood in his mouth, and like,
oh really?
He just wants to stomp on their flesh. And
I mean,
like,
I know that happens to Bran by being used to being warging into summer. It's hilarious. All right. If you'd like to call us, you can always call us at 813-563-3739. That's 813-JOFFREY.
If you would like to write in, you can email us at ravens@gameofmicrophones.com.
check out our Facebook page at facebook.com/GoMPodcast.
Imp slap. You can. You can also listen to Game of Microphones on YouTube, BitChute, and Steam It. Just search for Game of Microphones to find our channel. Likes, comments, and shares are greatly appreciated.
We're also on Twitter, Instagram, Gab, and Minds at GoMPodcast.
And we're on Tumblr, too, at Game of Microphones.
All right, that's our show.
Thanks for listening.
You have to keep moving. That's the secret. Walking's good. Farting's better. Fucking's best.
There's not a living woman within 100 miles of here.
We'll have to make do with what we've got.
Dick. I like it. That's so funny.
Classic.
You're the one that they call the dog.
Yeah.
In great hound fashion. Fuck off. So, nope, it's pussy for me. I have a beauty waiting for me back in Winterfell.
Thanks for the soundbite, Rachel. That's going at the end.
Oh my God. Why do you always get me to say those lines?
I'll show you how a man ends it.
So badass.
There's a fucking spider. Sorry.
Thanks. Another good soundbite.
Sorry. I don't know what to do. Hold on.
That's crazy.
Where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
As we were starting our recording, I got up silently and stepped on a spider in my bare feet. I don't
know what to do. It's dangling from the ceiling.
Tell it that if it has any problems with you, you'll burn it alive.
Oh my God, sorry. That scared the shit out of me. It came down right in front of my face.
No way.
Yeah.
That's epic. And it just goes to show you how sometimes shit things happen to good people, right? And that's something,
totally.
It happens. It's pretty common in Westeros.
They both lost their heads, too.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Drinking wine out of the skull of Joe fucking Mormont. Carl fucking Tanner. Carl fucking Tanner. Legend of Gin Alley.
It's Fukin. It's not fucking, it's
fucking
Carl.
Fucking Tanner. That's the best. Oh man, I love Carl Tanner. And this is when Jon sort of corrals Jorah off to the side and stops. And I'm like, oh my God, this is such a huge moment here. He starts to loosen his sword belt. And
always taking off that sword belt.
Oh my God. Yeah. Battle of the Bastards, throwing it on the ground.
Because he looks super good doing it.
Yeah. All the ladies want Jon to take his belt off. Just like Ned did. He admitted falsely to conspiring against Joffrey, forgetting about his own pride for the sake of the lives of his daughters. So Jon's going to do the same thing.
It's like the one time Ned lied, he lost his head for it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
I like it.
So Jon's Jesus. Then we got the three wise men, Jorah, Beric, and Tormund. And who are the 12 apostles?
Well, there's 12 of them that go out.
Oh, 12 that go north, that range north?
Yeah. So I would call Benjen the 12.
Gotcha.
He beat John the Baptist, I guess. I don't know.
Well, we already have Jon the Bastard, so yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That was cool. I like that. Yeah, because we used to make all these connections with religious symbolism from the show. Like back in season 2, I think we were doing a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
You
So that
also
was
have
cool.
the Night King with his 4 lieutenants, and they always remind me of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
That's great. Yeah. So it's like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse facing off against Jesus and the 12 disciples here.
Yeah.
sort of puts Dany in the awkward position of being the whore of Babylon.
Oh my God. Or is she Lucifer who falls from heaven on the dragon?
Ooh.
Dun, 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 bringer of light, right? That's what Lucifer means, the light bringer. And she shows up wielding the most blazing torch of all.
It's true.
So
maybe.
So Jon is Jesus. Dany is Lucifer. This is cool.
Yeah, and that's the whole. That's wow. That's deep. Because Jon is also. I mean, I don't want to open this can of worms. I don't know, but he's also Hitler. I mean, I kind of think of him as like Jesus Hitler, or like he's sort of like, or a bizarro Hitler that's good.
Why is he Hitler?
Like okay, so he is the dark-haired, dark-eyed leader of the Targaryens of the
the Aryans, the Targaryens.
Yeah, with their their blonde hair and not blue eyes, but blue in the show anyway. But the Valyrians are definitely, I think, they're patterned on
Aryans.
Sort of like Atlantis, but also like the Nazis.
I think we're supposed to figure out that this all happened beforehand because it's so far away. It's like 1,000 miles from Dragonstone, right? It's impossible.
Well, also, you make a good point, Duncan, because they don't have any fire and they're not going to like survive very long without food and water
right
up on that rock and like below freezing temperatures.
It's only been one night. Thoros died overnight. They wake up, Thoros is dead, and this is what's happening.
And you don't see all the nights after that where they had to survive by eating Thoros. That was
my God.
I never realized this until yesterday when I rewatched it again and was just thinking like, oh shit, that's common practice. And why did JR want to bring Sam? Why was Sam so vital?
In case they had to eat that nice
because he's marbled.
Yeah.
Speaking of eating human flesh, Dany and Jon, they're so romantic together. I just love
oh my God.
Those abs. Sitting there looking at his abs and his wound.
Yeah, they're so rugged. That's when she gets a close view of his wounds. She probably sees them though when Davos is stripping off his frozen.
She does. She's standing right there and she sees that all the scarring and his hot, sexy washboard abs.
Yeah.
Her mouth kind of drops open and she realizes that what Davos said is true and that there's something very magical about him.
Yeah, exactly. She sees like a parallel of herself in him, that he's survived a miraculous situation type thing. And I think that she really starts to see him as an equal in that moment.
But she's also seeing him as like, oh wow, not only has he survived miraculously and come back from death, but he's got this incredible body. Like, wow, he's like an Axe body spray model or something. Yeah,
he may be little for a hero, but he's got abs.
He is. There you go. She sees how fat he is. There you go.
Totally.
It has to meaning.
Cut. Yeah.
Because he's so cut. I'm sorry. I'll keep my way.
Literally cut up by knives.
Yeah, that guy is cut.
With Jorah mentioning the sword serving Jon's children, and we also have Tyrion talking about Dany and what's going to come after her, the idea of succession. And here she's talking about how she can't have children. All these mentions of Jon and children and Dany and children. It's foreshadowing that she's going to get pregnant for sure. When she least expects it, because she thinks it's impossible.
Earlier, when you said, you raised the question of whether we don't even know if Jorah can even have kids, I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm like, do we even know
his stones turned to stone? Maybe
if Jon, he's a wight, he's a fire wight, I think. No, wait, I'm sorry, I'm getting him confused because George has said that Beric is a fire wight.
Right. So that means that Jon potentially is a fire wight as well, since he's been revived by the R'hllor, the Lord of Light. Yeah. Apparently, from what it seems. So in that case, does a fire wight have a heartbeat? Are they animated by necromancy? Are they actually alive? It's a good question.
Yeah, I mean,
is he capable of is he potent or is he?
I mean, apparently he can get it up, so he,
that would indicate blood flow.
Blood, so
Like, how could you say, oh, you still need to bend the knee? Like, there are 100,000 dead people, like, trying to kill us. Like,
yeah,
it's kind of a moot point at this point. I think in Dany's mind, it's like whatever. I have 3 dragons. I just pummeled them. Yes, I lost one because we didn't realize that the Night King was an Olympic
ice javelin thrower.
Ice javelin.
She is like, we're gonna do it together. You have my word.
Do it together.
Yeah, that's what she said. She literally says, we're gonna do it together.
We're gonna do it together. Yes, you are, girlfriend.
He's like, thank you, Dany.
And she goes, oh, Dany, who was the last person who called me that? I'm not sure.
I know who it was. It was George R.R. Martin 1,138 times in the first 5 books of A Song of Ice and Fire. Precisely.
And she goes, oh, Dany, who was the last person who called me that? I'm not sure. Was it my brother?
I know who it was. It was George R.R. Martin 1,138 times in the first 5 books of A Song of Ice and Fire. Precisely. You can go to asearchoficeandfire.com and you can search for any word or combination of words and it'll pop out matches from whatever books you select, whether it's the Duncan Egg novellas, Game of Thrones, Clash of Kings, etc. So I just went in and typed Dany, searched for it for the 5 books that have been released, of main 5, and it's 1,138 times that he says Dany.
That's crazy. Don't lock me out.
Another soundbite. Yes.
Don't lock me out, husband. Don't lock me in the garage again, please.
I'm losing my mind, Dave.
Yeah. Daisy.
Yeah, just when I think I'd thought over every possible tinfoil thing and come to a conclusion about it, Rachel throws that tinfoil monkey wrench into things. I'm like, wow, what I think about this.
Did I find tinfoil?
Yes, you told me you were going to give me a piece of tinfoil, and you have. This is black metal versus power metal, and it's just you just see this set up. There's stage diving and pyrotechnics and dragons flying in and just it just.
So who's
feels
black metal and who's power metal?
Well, power metal is obviously the heroes. They're just singing in their falsetto voices and saying death to false metal, and then obviously the Night King and his crew are black metal.
Nothing's more power metal than dragons.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that is totally power metal. And then nothing's more black metal than having an army of corpses and demonic Norwegian folklore inspired dudes.
Yeah, you could say black metal or you could say death metal.
Death metal.
See, death metal, I think that's more like Gregor. That's
yeah. I can see that. So where were we with your number 1?
I'm just talking about how metal it is.
Oh, right. Get that overhead shot where they're all just enclosing in on that little island.
I'm surprised they didn't rush them.
Well, if they had, then there's a possibility that all that weight would have created another break in the ice.
So does this indicate that they have some type of consciousness?
Well, Patrick was suggesting that they're essentially a hive mind controlled by the Night King.
Yeah, the way that Bran was skin changing into a whole flock of ravens in the last episode.
It's like warging, but with dead things, basically. You're saying?
Yeah. Necro-warging.
There you go.
Necro-warging. Oh, that's a black metal song right there.
Yeah, it is. Totally. He's getting dragged into that hole, and they're coming up out of the water and grabbing on his legs and pulling him, and he's like as he's getting dragged into the hole.
I know.
It reminded me
intense.
It reminded me of this scene in The Brave Little Toaster where Blanky is getting eaten by mice and dragged into their little underground lair, and he's like, no, and they're pulling him down.
Help me! Help! I'm killing alone.
Do you remember Brave Little Toaster?
You know what I'm talking about?
I know. I've seen that. It's been so long. I don't remember the scene, but I remember being very moved by that film when I saw it.
It's such a good movie, man.
Oh my God, is Tormund? So he's Blanky.
He's
basically.
Blanky. Yeah.
He's Blanky.
And think about this. This is Sandor's first time seeing a dragon. And even though they breathe fire, he doesn't freak out. Good for you, Sandor. He keeps it together and climbs on top of this fire beast, which I thought...
Literally fire made flesh.
Yeah, I had to give him credit for that. Staying focused here and overcoming his fear. And the Night King pulls back his arm and gets ready to launch that javelin and just whips it. And that thing just... Wow, like really, really launches.
Yeah, and it's like it launches into his neck as he's breathing fire, so it sort of explodes because of the fire that's coming out.
Yeah, all the fire like shoots out of the hole in his neck, and it like it's like you know those famous pictures of like a plane with its engine on fire, like falling into the ocean in World War II or something like that. It's it's like with a dragon version of that as his fire is like seeping through the bullet hole, essentially the javelin hole in his neck.
Okay, check this out. So remember how like when they were back at Dragonstone and Dany was asking Jon, and she's like, so, you know, they're named after my brothers. So you've lost 2 brothers too.
Right.
Like this scene, basically, this is Rickon and Ramsay all over again.
Oh, man.
This is Rickon. This is Viserion not knowing how to zigzag. And this is the Night King just takes him out, and then Jon looks right at him
and charges again.
Completely loses his composure.
Yep.
You know, he pokes the dragon.
Yeah, and so if losing Viserion wasn't bad enough, like Dany is fucking devastated at the thought of losing Jon also. Like only she could survive the Dosh Khaleen being set ablaze or stepping into Drogo's pyre. Could anybody else have possibly survived being dunked into the ice water, sub-zero temperatures north of the wall, and then coming out still soaked in all of his furs and being thrust onto a horse and dealing with the wind chill on the journey back to Eastwatch? Like, is anybody else capable of surviving that? I mean...
No.
It's a miracle that Jon survives here. And so I think that... I
just realized because she was like reborn in fire twice. And like when he was stabbed by the Night's Watch, he lay dead, like bleeding out in the snow.
Yeah.
And now he's like beneath like the frozen ice.
Yeah. So, like, and the other, like at Castle Black, he's basically attached to the wall, which is a giant hunk of ice. You know, where he was revived. So, like, she's reborn in fire. He's reborn in ice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Twice. Both of them.
Crazy. Yeah. So crazy.
There's some people who say that Kit Harington and Emilia Clarke can't act. Like, and I'm like, fuck you. Because, like, look at that scene.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, there's some of the... Yeah. They're awesome on this show. Like, I love both of their performances big time. Very nuanced. It's just that they're so nuanced that some people maybe can't like pick up on the nuances. They think that they're just like doing nothing, but they're just slight things that make such a huge difference, you know?
Totally. Yeah. And there's also this idea of the neutral mask where the main characters sort of shows less emotion because you want him to appeal. You want to be able to sort of insert yourself into
yeah, exactly. You want to project onto him and feel relatable.
Yeah. And there's also like, you know, the idea that sometimes the character's acting in between aneurysms and nobody knows about it until...
Dude, holy shit. You hear about that?
Yeah, you posted it.
Yeah, for any listeners out there that were unaware, apparently immediately after wrapping season 1, and at some other point, which I didn't get that far in the article, Emilia Clarke suffered an aneurysm in her brain and was hospitalized and nearly died. And it's like a miracle that that she returned to full brain function and was like not completely like had her life ruined by these 2 successive aneurysms that she suffered. I mean, we're lucky to even have to have retained the Mother of Dragons for this entire series. It's like,
oh, that article was so crazy.
It was horrifying.
I've seen people like posting online like scenes that are just like, in retrospect, she gave this speech like in between, like in the midst of like brain surgery or whatever.
Yeah, she had brain surgery, man. Like, oh my God. You gotta like give her credit for just like how tough she is. Like it's a rigorous shooting, this show. Like they shoot like 200 something days a year. It's like, man, you got to give her a lot of credit for pulling it together and powering through. Like the strength of her character Daenerys is like reflected by Emilia Clarke's strength
her
as a
own
person.
Strength.
Yeah,
definitely. So they see this one horse and Dany's looking down from the outpost and she knows it's Jon, like it's gotta be Jon, right?
Well, and he's like hunched over that horse.
Yeah,
he's not even like standing.
Just like the way he returns to Castle Black after Ygritte shoots him 3 times with arrows, right? Slumped over the horse.
Yeah, that's so true.
He just can't make it back to get to the wall and fully intact.
Yeah.
He's like stripped butt naked in front of her and has a stab wound in his heart and like 5 other stab wounds in his gut. And she's just like, what on earth?
She's like, this is impossible. This is impossible.
She is feeling now
the way that everybody else felt
when they like watch her come out of the flames.
Yes. She's in that position now, just in awe of somebody else who's survived a miracle. Like, yeah, that's so cool. She's in the footsteps, in the shoes of like the way Dario was or the way Jorah was when she stepped out of the fire. That's so fucking cool.
Wow.
It's her turn now.
It's her turn to feel what it feels like to watch something that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
While simultaneously admiring somebody's naked.
Oh my God, I just fell out of my chair.
Why?
I was leaning back in it and it's just kind of slipped out from underneath me.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
That's funny.
Oh, damn.
Man. So, yeah.
There's another blip for you, Duncan.
Yes. Perfect. So we get Gendry then, who gets to confront Thoros and the Brotherhood. And Thoros is like, you still mad at us, boy? He's like, you sold me to a witch. Yeah, I'm still fucking mad at you. And
even though she stripped me naked and sat on me and then put a leech on my dick.
I like Thoros though. He's like, she's a priestess, but yeah, I'll admit it's a subtle distinction between witch and priestess when it comes to the Lord of Light. Hilarious.
Like, I mean, what is the difference? I really thought Thoros like patted him on the ass, like after he gave. And I'm still not certain that he didn't because you don't really see below the waist, but yeah, he slaps him on the back and then kind of like brushes aside at him, like
tickled his butt hairs.
And then it cuts to Sandor, who sees that mountain like an arrowhead in the distance, and he's like, that's it. That's what I saw in the fire. And that mountain is huge and way taller than all the surrounding peaks, and it has those horizontal striations, those lines, like layers. It almost looks like the layers of the wall, or it looks like steps to a pyramid. It looks just like Mount Kailash. So this first red shirt starts running back to the crew, running from the bear. And that bear must be really fast because it runs out to the side and just appears out of nowhere and just murks this guy from the side like a velociraptor.
I was like, okay, it was in front of him and now it's like off to the side of him.
Yeah, bears are really fast though. They run like 20 plus miles an hour.
I think the Night King is Tywin.
She'll be. I'm just saying she'll remind him of her father.
There's my tinfoil for the evening.
Nice.
Oh man, and I haven't really noticed that until this rewatch. Like especially starting in Battle of the Bastards, there's this darker undercurrent of Sansa that isn't really explicitly, like overtly communicated, but it's there if you really look for it.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Yeah.
Damn, so that's intense.
Yeah.
Back in Bravos, before I got my first face, there's this game I used to play, the game of faces. It's simple. I ask a question about yourself and you try to make a lie sound like the truth. And Sansa's like, I'm not playing this fucking game. This is scary. Like, this is bullshit. You better be cool. Otherwise you could just disappear. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Also, the way that they shoot this scene, there's like this misdirection going on where like, the way that all these people complained about, like, where did those chains come from? Like, they show an overhead shot where, like, way off to the side, there's that little dock. And then they show this profile of the dragon being dragged by the chains. Like, and there's, like, this, like, extreme, like, perspective where the dock is right in front of your face going as the dragon goes past it. And all these people, nobody noticed that dock that has those chains on it that looks just like the docks at Hardhome, by the way. Interesting.
Yeah. I refute your refuting.
No, because I refute that.
Look, Mommy, the dragon eye is blue.
Nice.
So funny.
Is pretty cool.
I was like, yeah, it's blue, buddy. Good job.
So yeah, I just thought that was interesting that he gives more of a personal touch to Viserion, and it took a few seconds for Viserion to wake up. So maybe it was necessary. Maybe it's just like harder to resurrect a dragon, and he needed to touch it, and for a few seconds. I think it's like the combination of the ice and fire magic together, I think sort of like amplified his powers, which makes his projection of the blue flames out of his mouth next episode so overwhelmingly powerful. Know what I mean?
Quite possibly.
That's my 11 at night Raven's Call.
It's my 2:18 in the morning Raven's Call.
I know, you guys, like, seriously, what the fuck? It's way too late for you guys to be awake right now.
It's your fault, West Coaster.
Hey, we usually wrap it up way sooner.
Yeah. All right.
We all know whose fault it is, and I do not apologize.
Gendry might be the world's slowest rower, but man, can he run a marathon? Totally.
Damn. Because I'm usually super Valley Girl. I'm like, thanks for listening.